Excellent. We are live. Well, welcome. This is True Mask Games YouTube channel, the very first broadcast of adventure, and this will be a, well, 5th level adventure, Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition game. One shot that should last about 3.5 to 4 hours. My name is Alex, and I'll be your game master tonight. And we have Richard, Justin, and Henrik joining us. You will be seeing much more of their characters, hopefully, over the course of the evening. But we will start with a short introduction. So this is a desert adventure, as you will very soon learn. And we are 1 player down. I leveled up the player characters for 1 level, by 1 level for that. Hopefully they will survive. If not, don't blame me. Blame the guy who didn't show up. All right. Let's do this. Welcome. Welcome all. I call upon you tonight to join me in a journey and listen to a tale of heroes and a tale of monsters, a tale of the world of Coreia. Sit now, listen now, and witness. Witness the fate of heroes, be it glory or death. Join me as a wind is born over the vast dawn sea, wrapped in the cover of night. Let us follow the wind as it streaks across the island nation of Vindisha, blowing over its capital, Leatherport, greatest harbor in the known world. Follow it further as the wind travels east, crossing the dark ocean waters. There, in the distance, is light. The wind screams as it hits the coast of Dahara, largest of all continents of Coreia. We fly with the storm brewing over many cities. Behold the great empire of Shushan, mighty in power and mighty in decadence. See countless slaves laboring for the great king night and day. See the fire priests chanting their strange magics into the darkness, and the eunuch bureaucrats playing their games in the shadows. Let us again follow the wind as it flies inland, crossing the heavenly mountains, whose peaks reach higher than the clouds. See below us now the Meshan, the great desert, queen of all lands. Hear the wind howls over endless sand dunes and ancient ruins. But what is that? A single, small campfire in the distance, flickering lights in a sea of darkness. Now, esteemed witness, let us follow the wind one last time as it streaks down upon the campfire. See the half-shattered remains of an ancient statue, half-buried visage of a long-forgotten queen, caressed by the dancing light of the flames. See 3 men huddling around the fire, each lost in deep thoughts. At last, we have found our heroes. Now let us see what the light of the fire might reveal. Alright, and we will start with Richard's character, whose name is Cyrus.
When you look at Cyrus, you're going to see long dark hair, a big barrel-chested man with a wolf tooth necklace around his neck, and 2 curved swords hanging from his hips, and ever alert eyes looking around, always taking in everything.
All right. Let us continue as the wind streaks past to Justin's character, Xerx.
I'm playing Xerx, and looking at Xerx, you would see that he is sitting close to the fire. He's a thin, lithe man, well into his years, noted by his white beard that hangs down on his what would be a black robe, but is now taken more to the color of the sand that covers this land, the golden brown. But his headdress of black cloth is wrapped around his head, and it maintains its black color. And he's silent as he stares into the flames.
And the last man on the campfire is Henrik's character, Sauros.
Saros is the person who sits furthest away from the flames. In his hands you see a lute called oud, an Arabic instrument, which he plays absent-mindedly as he casts his gaze into the stars. He wears a very heavy coat with a hood, which keeps his face hidden, but you ever so slightly see glints of gold come out from below the shadows.
All right. And these are our heroes. You have been called here by a mysterious summons. A summons, one could say, that was brought to you by the winds. You all have lived in the desert for a long time, and you know when voices sound in the wind, it's either a very good sign or a very bad one. This one might actually be a mixture of the two. You have heard that the holy man of the desert, that they have sent you this summons, and they have called you to what is called the Queen's Folly, this ancient giant statue, the head itself taller than a man. It must have once stood maybe 60 or 70 feet high, but once was a long time ago. Maybe the desert was a different place then. Now the statue is crumbled, and most of the face of the once proud queen has now been swept away by the winds and the sands of time. Nonetheless, you all have obeyed the summons, and you have arrived before nightfall, and now you have been sitting most of the night here, watching the fire, waiting, listening to the desert winds. And now, as the wind picks up around you, and as those of you who have a sense of magic sense that there is a presence nearby, you think that your waiting has come to an end. And indeed, in that very second, the wind goes up to a crescendo. You cover your eyes as the sand hits you in the face. It only lasts a few seconds, and then as you look up, you can see an old man standing in front of you. He's wearing long white robes that reach down to the sand, and it makes him look like he's grown out of the very sand itself. You can see a hat covering most of his face, the beak of the nose protruding, a small chin with a long grayish-white beard resting down on his chest. There is something about the man, something weird, as if he wasn't really there, as if he was only half physical. And you realize with a slight shudder that before you stands Nasrahiri, one of the oldest and most legendary holy men of the desert, one of the mysterious wind priests, some say one of the first. And he looks at you in silence, his head slightly bowed and his hands disappearing into the interior of his long robe.
Xerx, he rolls forward from his sitting position to being on his knees, and he says, "Nasahiri, what is it that brings you here on this evening?" And he lowers his head and his shoulders as he says this.
Welcome, heroes. I thank you for obeying my summons. I have need of you. The desert has need of you.
Xerx's hands he drives them into the sand, and he says, "I am here to do what I can to help you and the desert."
Cyrus would stand up, kind of square himself off, just kind of look and not say anything.
Saros actually stays in his seating position and stops playing his oud, puts it away, and starts formulating some kind of spell, his hands moving ever so slightly, and his mouth whispering in a very low tone, and continually casting detect magic just because he had several encounters with beings that claimed to be rightful, but only just had greed in their mind. So during this time, he's casting detect magic as a ritual, just to see if this is a true seer or just an illusion or something.
What you sense is that Lasrahiri, the ancient wind priest, is surrounded by an aura of magic. Very strong aura, somehow muffled, but you do not sense any deception or illusion. It is the power of the winds, the plane of air, and the plane of earth at the same time, mixed up in a weird, very paradox energy that only the desert itself provides, and that you know very well as a desert sand mage. You can also sense 3 little sparks of magic that are coming from inside Lasrahiri's robe, as if he's carrying something magical. 3 of something.
Well, sorry, go on. Didn't want to interrupt.
Steps forward to the fire and sits down.
And Zerx would immediately roll back to his sitting position, and he's keenly attentive and paying attention to Nazrahiri.
Nazrahiri leans forward and he says, "The oasis of Trinja has fallen to darkness. I can sense it. There is a great evil there, an evil that cannot remain, or it will grow and threaten large parts of the desert. The spirits of the wind and the sand have chosen you as their warriors, as their representatives, to go and liberate the oasis. 2 of the local tribes have already fallen prey to the darkness. They follow its power out of fear and out of greed. They raid the area, attacking both caravans and other tribes, taking riches and taking slaves. The raiders are led by Abdul al-Jalai. As you hear that name, you recognize it. Abdul al-Jalai is one of the most well-known scoundrels and cutthroats in this whole part of the desert. He was once the son of a tribal chieftain, but he killed his own father in his sleep, some say, others say in a duel, and he was cast out by his tribe. He went to the desert to die, or was sent there to die, but he did not. He re-emerged, and ever since that day, about 5 or so years ago, he has been drawing other malevolent, vicious people under his banner. His gang, his barbaric group, has been destroyed time and time again, but Abdul al-Jalai has always escaped, and he always finds more people to do his dirty work. You have also heard that he's one of the best fighters in the desert, but that might just be his own praises that he sings to himself. Right? You have definitely heard the name. And some of you might even have friends, family members, or acquaintances that have been killed by him and his thugs.
Definitely, Cyrus would know this is someone who's killed several of his tribesmen over the years, out on hunting parties and different things.
Indeed.
Yeah. He's not sure if he trusts the Sand Mage, but he knows that he's learned through experience that if you can trust these people, you listen to them. And he knows that he hates Abdul. So things kind of line up for him right now.
Yes. I'll just post the name in the chat real quick. It's the name of the, well, the leader of the outlaws, basically.
Yeah.
This is the name of the priest, Lazarahiri, that you're speaking to right now. And Lazarahiri looks at you and says, Abdullah al-Jarai, he is not the core of the problem. He and his men serve the darkness. But if you can destroy them, the desert people will be grateful, I am sure. Still, your main task is to face the darkness and scream in that old sandstone fort on the island in the lake of the oasis. Everything else is secondary. He reaches into his robes and he takes out a leather bundle that he puts down onto the ground. And he slowly unrolls it with his old fingers, and you can see 3 daggers lying before you. 3 simple-looking daggers made of the handles made of horn, the blades looking razor sharp, and glimmering slightly silverish in the moonlight of the desert. Take these holy weapons. You might need them if the darkness proves resistant against normal attacks. These have been blessed by the sages of the desert and the spirits of the wind. Only the most powerful darkness can withstand their blows. The oasis lies a day's journey to the east.
You honor us, Lazrahiri, with these offerings, but I myself have not a fitting gift in return.
There is no need. Your gift will be the destruction of this darkness, or if you fail, I am afraid your gift will be your life. The desert spirit.
I will restore balance to our lands.
He gives you a firm nod and stands back up. He says, is there anything else you need to know before I leave?
So this oasis is probably very guarded. Do we have to fear any like very long-ranging patrols, or do they normally just gather around and venerate their gods, or the darkness, so to say?
There are about 100 warriors between the 2 tribes and Al-Jarai's bandits in the oasis. Many of them might be out pillaging and raiding. Others will be guarding the captured slaves. I do not think that the tribesmen will be very keen on serving the darkness. They are forced to do so by Al-Jarai and his creatures. You will go there, you will take a look around, and then decide what needs to be done. May the winds of the desert and the spirits of the sand guide you and hold their hands above you. May the sand and the sun not scorch you. May you always find water and shade. And as he says that, a wind comes up again, and you can see his form shimmering, and then it's like he himself is torn away by the wind. You can see small pieces of his robe falling off, and then just being blown off, and then small pieces of his body by the looks of it. It looks like a candle being blown over by the wind, and within a few seconds, he's gone.
And Zerg, wind speed, Zerg says as he reaches out and he places one of the horn pommeled daggers in his own hand and holds the other 2 out for his two companions by the fire.
And Cyrus would take one.
Saros would actually just lean back and say, I'm not that good with daggers, and I don't want to be that close to actually use them, so perhaps the more brawny person here will the benefit of 2 daggers. And he will look over to the barbarian expectantly.
Cyrus will take his dagger and put it into his belt. So, he
Right.
never have too many weapons.
So these daggers are +1 daggers and are also counted as sword weapons. They are also counted as holy weapons, so anything that is susceptible against radiant damage, so to speak, will take double damage from this.
And Xerx he's wholly fascinated by it for a while, and yes, he's just looking at it and holding it, letting the firelight dance on it, and then he would shortly thereafter place it betwixt his 2 curved swords that are located amidst his robes.
Right? So you have about 5 hours or so before the sun comes up. What would you like to do? So it's basically in the middle of the night.
Shall we begin traveling now while we have the sun not beating upon us?
Well, if the fall doesn't see us, it can't attack us, so I find that idea quite intriguing.
All right.
What's
Well, I have no problem traveling at night. Is the sky clear? Is it fairly moonlit?
Yeah, there is a half full moon, and there is next to no clouds as usual in this large desert. So your way is, while not by any means clear as day, it is, you can see well enough to travel.
Okay.
So each of you has either a horse or a camel, whatever you prefer. That's which are tied to pieces of the statue that are still standing, basically, just a little ways away from your campfire. So you can grab them whenever you feel like and get going.
Yes, Xerx will snuff the fire, and then he will go over to his camel, and he'll sort of get its attention and feed it some of his rations, possibly a pomegranate or something. And then he hops up on its one great hump, and he's just turning it around and ready to travel.
Okay. Saros would just move to his desert horse and swing himself up, ready his canes, his walking cane onto the saddle, and also his ode. Just being ready to travel.
All right.
Cyrus is going to hop up onto his horse or his camel.
Okay,
Hop on and get going.
You set out into the dark desert. To many people, this would be a weird, hostile environment. To you, especially to the two of you, Sand Mage and the Druid of the desert, who are more closely connected to the energies of this land than most others would ever be, or would ever hope to be. You travel through the night, you travel eastward, and as the sun starts coming up, you think that you must be about halfway to the oasis. So another 5-6 hours of riding should bring you to its fringes.
And the sun slowly rises, so to say?
Yes, the sun is rising slowly in front of you. Oh, sorry, behind you. You're traveling east.
Behind us?
Yeah, in front of you, yeah. So ahead, the sun's rising up beyond the distant mountains.
Yeah.
Are you going to continue traveling, or do you want to make camp somewhere?
Well, what do you think, guys? Do we want to approach by night?
I think it
Uh,
would possibly be best to sleep during the day if we can find an appropriate shelter. I would fear raid by Al-Jahari without our notice.
I agree. We should find some kind of shelter or safe place where we can wait out the strong, like midday hours, and perhaps during dawn find some more information of the surroundings.
mhm.
Whoever wants to look for a camping spot, give me a survival check, please.
I will do that.
Ideally, someone who's proficient in survival, if there is such a person in the group.
I am proficient.
So that goes to a 13 for me, and I'm proficient in it.
That's not bad.
Oh, okay.
13.
Xerxes'
That's-
keen eyes.
Okay. The Cyrus finds the remains of an ancient stone building. Many of them, dozens and dozens, are scattered all through the desert. This one even has a little bit of a roof left, and it is hidden between two sand dunes, half buried, and would make a perfect camping spot.
Wonderful.
Protected from both the sun and hostile gazes.
Wonderful, Saros. Your eyes are a blessing on this caravan. We shall find respite here, and I would offer to take first watch.
All right. So who wants to take second watch then? Takes first.
I would then be. I would like you to wake me after your first watch, and I will take the mid part of the watch.
It shall be so.
I'll take the last.
All
Although I
right.
do hope that nobody is approaching at my watch, because I sometimes am a bit absent-minded. Just for warning.
You will have the high heat, the high sun to aid you in your watch.
That is true.
Okay. So while your two companions are going down to sleep, Xerx is sitting up and sort of gazing out through the entrance, out into the desert. As the sun comes up and the temperature rises rapidly, and the not so benevolent gaze of the desert sun hits the ground. An hour or so passes, and then your companions fast asleep. Xerx, you can hear something in the distance. You listen for a bit, and then you can hear hoofs, a few hoofs coming. You look out, and you can see a group of riders riding on horses, at least about 25 or so, maybe 30 strong, riding past in a small cloud of dust. They are well armed, and they're riding fairly fast, but they are not looking around at all, and they do not spot their hiding place.
So Xerx would just cling to the walls, I believe, and he would only bother rousing his companions if it looked like they began to sort of veer or make a beeline towards them.
No, you can hear the hoofs disappearing in the distance, slowly riding off.
And might they have been going the direction we came from?
Not exactly. They are sort of going a bit further south, where you know that there are several tribal camps from some of the minor tribes.
And yeah, I think Xerx would just let them pass by, and he would just continue his watch.
All right. A few hours pass. You wake up Saros, and then after that, obviously, Saros wakes up Cyrus. And yeah, when would you like to end your rest, so to speak? Like you started resting around 6 o'clock in the morning. So, like, how long is each watch? Is it like 2 hours long, or is it like 3 hours long?
I want to say 3 hours each, just to get us closer to the evening. This is my
so
3
suggestion.
hours each gets us to about 3 in the afternoon, which is going to be about
Yeah.
as hot as it gets in the desert.
And
Yeah.
but then we'd probably all eat and then leave, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. So you wake up around 3, and yeah, have a bit of a breakfast, dinner, lunch, whatever you want to call it, and are ready to go further if you want to.
And but as Richard pointed out, if it was like the absolute sweltering hours, I think we would yield a little more waiting time too.
Okay, so you can wait another 2 hours or so if you want to, until the worst, the worst time of the heat is around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So 3 is not much better, that's true. So by around 5 o'clock, it slowly starts to become a little cooler. For normal people, this would still be unbearably hot, but you have lived in the desert your whole life. So it's like a bit uncomfortable, but that's just the desert. The desert is also known as the anvil land amongst the tribes of the desert, because the desert is the anvil, and the sun and the other dangers of the desert are the hammer that pound the warrior's soul to shape and make a blade out of it. Or so the tribes say.
And but then, yes, when the time comes, Xerx would hop upon his camel, and he'd be happy to start the caravan again.
All right. So you ride off at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you head further east. You can see a track. It's already been mostly blown away, but because there were so many riders, you can still see a little bit of a track that they left. And you realize very soon that these riders have definitely been coming from the direction you're going in.
Mm-hmm.
You ride through the desert, and the sun slowly goes down. The sun heat goes down at around 8 o'clock. So you will, as the sun is starting to slowly disappear behind you, you can see in the distance the last light of the sun shining on a large lake, a couple 100 yards big. And you can see around the lake trees and green. But it's still quite a ways away. You'd say it will take you probably a good hour or so to get there. But even from this distance, sort of flimmering in the heat and a little bit looking at like a mirage, you can see there is a keep. Not a very big one, but definitely a noticeable one, rising. It looks like from this distance, it looks like it's rising from the very water of the lake itself.
As we
You can also see tall towers that surround the lake. There's about maybe 7 or 8 of them, like all around it. Every couple 100 yards, there's like a tower. They look like watchtowers or some other means of keeping watch.
Okay.
All right. What would you like to do?
Is there? I'd like to look around and see if there's what's the best way to approach this place, like to be unseen and hidden?
All right. Give me a perception check.
Come on. There we go. Jesus.
Get the flesh.
Yeah.
Also, as we are traveling, I would be in the back of the caravan and using the gust cantrip to make our traces disappear.
I was going to ask about if I could use Druidcraft and a survival check to do the same if we veer off from the path, but that's awesome. That's perfect.
Gust is easy, yes. You can just cast it every now and then, and the sand will just be swept away. A 16, yes. You actually, after watching the path between you and the oasis for about 5 minutes or so, you actually spot a winding trail through the sand dunes to your right that will lead you sort of around the lake a little bit. And we'll see. It seems like the sand dunes cover most of the path. So you should not be able to be spotted until you get to about within a couple hundred yards from the actual lake itself by this travel.
All right, I'm going to point that out to the guys over there.
All right.
Oh, your keen eyes are delivering blessings from the desert to us. This looks like a very well used path for us to, or a well used egress for us to take. The dunes seem to be a great obstruction.
I assume you want to take that path that.
Yeah, so heading over there.
All right.
Sneaking over, being as stealthy as possible.
Follow the trail for a good 45 minutes or so, and then it gets dark. And you can see now, on top of the watchtowers, small fires start flickering to life. And you can also see, as you peek over a sand dune, that both within the fort, or at least you assume that's where the light is, and along the lake, in a few spots, there's also small fires. Campfires, most likely.
Okay.
And you hear like Saros from behind say, as much as I like my horse, we should, if we want to get any closer, perhaps hide the mounts and go on foot further on.
Yes, that is wise. And Zerx would slide off of his camel.
I mean, it would be very stylish to ride into the enemy encampment, but perhaps not the tactical most intelligent decision.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we can get down.
Okay. So you are now approaching the camp, the oasis on foot. It is dark, so the sentries on the tops of the watchtowers obviously are not very likely to spot it, but there's still enough moonlight to see like shapes and silhouettes. So you still do need to roll a stealth check. You do have advantage on the check just because of the darkness, basically.
As we are as we are approaching, I would like to use either prestidigitation or minor illusion to take some sand out of my bag of holding and form some kind of like cloud around me, which would then from afar just seem like some kind of Fata Morgana or something.
All right, that's a good idea. Yeah, you can do that with minor illusion. I'd say.
Yeah. Oh, stealth.
I got a 20.
All right, yeah, 20 is easy. 16, yes, that's good enough. And I think Justin going to roll 1d20.
Alright, yep.
And a 9.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the 16, I think.
Okay. What's your Justin?
Yeah, and I got a +2, so
15. Okay,
yeah.
so the lowest of 15, that's good enough. Would you like to approach one of the towers, or would you like to sneak past and go to the actual lake?
See what's in the towers. Like what information do we know about them?
So as far as you can see, the towers are very old. They're like sandstone towers. They're about maybe 20 feet high or so, and there is like a steps that are outside, like on the outside of the tower that lead up, and up there is like a small roof and a fire. And you can see as you approach, there's a single, it looks like a single guard standing there. You can just see the silhouette.
Just a single guard?
Yes, outlined by names. Just staring out into the desert.
I want to look around. I want to look around and see if there's any other guards that would be able to see him. The single guard seems a little bit strange to me.
Okay, so as you can see, there is obviously other watchtowers, but you doubt that they're not close enough to each other that they can actually make out too many details.
Okay.
Like they might see, obviously, they'll see like the fire goes out or something, then they would see that. But if they wouldn't be able to see like a single guy standing or not standing there. So it definitely strikes you as a bit careless to just have like a single guard. You would at least expect 2 or 3 people up there. So they seem to be either very arrogant or have something else prepared, you know?
Probably this Jedi is more brawn than brains, because there is only one god, I would say. But we are also dealing with shadows, so perhaps they have hidden outposts or something, and this is just bait.
Okay. Guys, I think we should at least clear out one guard. I don't like the idea of going in here and being surrounded by guard towers. If we know we've got one good exit with no guards.
And upon hearing that, Xerx is going to just quickly, with his eyes, just try and get distances down for, like, how far away is the closest one, roughly, currently, and then how high up it is from the ground.
Okay, so let me check this real quick. So the guard towers are about... They're about maybe a good 1,000 yards in between them. There's all in all, you can see 6 guard towers that are surrounding the lake, sort of, or the oasis area anyway. And they are about, as I said, about 20 feet up from the beach. Like where the guy's standing. They look a bit dodgy. It's definitely, they look a bit dodgy. It's sandstone. A lot of it has been swept away by the sand of the wind and the wind. But they look strong enough to last at least another couple decades or so. They don't look like they would be collapsing unless something big hits them before maybe. Yeah.
What do you guys say? Should we take out one guard tower?
Perhaps we should...
I can sneak up and slit his throat before he even realizes what's happening.
Bloodshed is always nice and fun, but perhaps we could also gather some information by capturing someone. Just a thought. Bloodshed is also fine.
That could be quite rewarding. A nice batch of information yielded at the edge of a magical blade.
How high up are they again?
About 20 feet.
20 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go get some information then, gentlemen. And Cyrus would start sneaking up the stairs of the tower.
Okay. Give me another stealth check with no advantage this time, just a straight up stealth check.
So I think Xerx will follow right behind you.
20.
Or, well, he'll give you 10 feet.
Okay.
So I got a 15.
Okay.
Zaros would actually stay about 30 feet behind the main people, trying to stay in the background because he's not that well at hiding.
You're staying on the ground. You're not going up the stairs.
No.
Okay.
So
both
would that be a stealth check?
No. If you don't want to approach, you don't need a stealth check. You're just standing there. So both Cyrus and Xerx reach the top of the tower without the guard actually noticing. You can see him now. There's a fire. There's like a coal, like a large metal thing where the fire's burning, and there is a single guard with a spear in his hand and a shield on his back, sort of standing there. And he looks like, you can see him from behind. He looks to be a fairly young warrior, and he looks to be very bored. Just the way he's standing there, you can see he's not paying too much attention.
And I cast silence on the fire.
Alright, so the area goes silent. There's no more wind, nothing. The guard sort of...
I'm going to move up behind him.
Okay. He straightens...
Grab him around, like, grab him from behind, and put my hand over his mouth and hold him.
Okay, give me an athletics with advantage because this is a surprise attack. Oh man.
Oh, with advantage, hang on.
Also with advantage, yeah.
See if we can do better.
Oh, you take the claymore. So yeah, you just step up, grab like his spear, whip it away, put it on the floor, and grab him, and also sort of pull him down onto the floor, and hold like one hand across his mouth and the other one sort of across his throat, holding him like this, and like that, and he's like he struggles for a second, but then goes limp as he realizes that he can't escape you.
And I'll disarm him if he's got weapons on his side or anything.
He has like a dagger, except for the spear and the shield. He only has like a dagger and leather armor. So you just grab the dagger away, and this is all happening in complete silence, by the way. So there's no sound at all.
Yeah.
And I'll like go like this, and just motion with my hand, and for that we got to go downstairs. Like,
Okay. So you pull it out.
All right, I'm gonna take him down, walk him down. We get about halfway down the stairs.
Okay, the stairs are really narrow, so there's not too much space there.
Oh.
So maybe Xerx he'll hold, if he can get your attention, like he'll stop you with his hands, and then he'll take out his rope, and he's going to start binding this guy's arms.
Okay.
On a checker.
20 feet, you said?
Yeah.
I just throw him down.
Okay.
Just chuck him down to our sorcerer friend.
Yeah, you still can't make any sound. And then you don't hear anything as it hits the ground. And Daros, you see a guy plunging down, hitting the ground. I mean, he's not deeply injured because it's sand, and it was only about 15 or so feet that he fell off. But still,
yeah,
that hurt. That definitely hurt.
While you were like captivating this prisoner, Saros had begun like forming small flowers out of sand and everything, like really absent-mindedly, not paying attention at all what was happening. And I mean, he's really surprised that like the guard is now next to him, or basically like about 20 feet further on, and like he like looks on it and slowly moves like further on and pokes him with his wanderer staff.
Yeah, the guard comes up.
Continue down.
Yeah, he's just getting up on his feet as you reach him, and he's like.
You see, like these they're like small like basically clouds of sand and around him floating, which now solidify into like glass shards, which are pointing at him as a prestidigitation cantrip. They're not like how basically. They look like magic missiles, but they're not lethal.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, that's why. He's like, we stay here, we wait for the others, and then we have a nice talk.
Yeah, the others arrive like a couple seconds later, basically.
Okay. Should we retreat with this nice present?
As you say that, everything. The only thing that comes out is like.
So Xerx would waste no time. He's still got this rope in his hand, and he just comes bounding down the stairs, and he tries to tie up the man with his hands up. Just his arms, just binding his arms.
Yeah, he does just like burning so. Okay, yeah, he doesn't resist much. He's pretty intimidated by like three of you, magic and like this massive dude in front of him.
And Xerx would just start sort of goading the man to move towards the edge of the spell and where we might interrogate him better.
All right. So you leave the spell, and now you can hear your footprints on the sand, your feet on the sand again.
And forgetting how the spell worked, he then also just dismisses it. So, I think he can just break concentration when he wants. But
okay.
But then he said,
Francisco just messaged me.
You can be the level 1 prisoner.
Messaging back real quick.
Have you like gagged the person perhaps, and then we could like
No,
recruit.
he's not. He's not gay. No.
Ooh, because he could start screaming. I know. Patrols.
I'll take a small piece of cloth out of my backpack, ball it up, and just stuff it into his mouth.
Okay. He doesn't seem to be too keen on making any trouble. He doesn't have any weapons, and he's surrounded by 3 people. What do you want to do with him?
Cyrus is going to look at him, pick him up into the air, and just look at him and be like, "You like answering questions, don't you?" Nod for yes. These gentlemen are going to ask you some questions. If I don't like your answer, I'm going to hit you.
I think he understands.
And then I would kind of look over at Xerx and Saros. Kind of like, okay guys, it's your turn. You're the smart ones.
So you see, like Saros would perhaps like signal that you should like put him next to the tower, sitting down. So we have a elevated position to talk down on him, so to say.
Okay.
Okay. Sit him down.
So now we are going to ask you some questions, and the important thing is you have to answer them in a better fashion than doing your guard job, okay? And I'll remove the gag.
Yes, I'll answer any questions you might have. Just let me.
Very, very, very low tone. That would be great.
I'm sorry. Just don't hurt me, please. I don't know. I didn't do anything. I did not do anything.
Okay. We understand this. Would you perhaps like to elaborate on how you're guarding that little palace in the lake?
The old keep?
Yes.
I do not know. None of us go to guard it.
What were you doing on the What were you doing on the tower? Like when will you be changed or something?
Oh, what he's sort of up to the moon, and it's probably he's probably about maybe 9-ish now. And he said, well, my guard goes until midnight. So then I will be another guard will be coming to swap with me.
Okay. And what are you supposed to be looking for?
Well, large groups of men coming our way, attack us.
Okay. Have you seen our good old friend Jarai somewhere, or is he currently pillaging somewhere else?
You're right. No, he's here. He's probably in the big house they built next to the slave pen. I am pretty sure that is where he spends most of his time when he's not raiding.
I look at Xerx and say, do you have some kind of like parchment or something? Perhaps you could draw us some kind of plan for their encampment or something?
Oh, I can describe you. I'm not very good at drawing, but I can describe you.
Sure.
Behind us is the lake.
What, you don't say there's a lake there? I would have never noticed. Thank you for that.
In between us and the lake are a few fields, and then there is trees on both sides, so you can see that. And to our left, along the lakeshore, that is our village, where I live. The village of the Makid tribe. And on the other side, on the other side of the lake, is the village of the Bakr tribe. And opposite us on the opposite shore, on the small island, is the keep very close to the shore. The island, there is a bridge. And close to the keep on the shore is also the slave pen and a large building that we built for Abdul al-Jarai and his warriors.
Good. Okay, you're currently keeping your face as it is, so keep up the good work.
Basically, I'll show you the map now because you have now a better understanding of the area as he explains to you basically what it looks like. So I'll move you over to a map of the oasis.
Oh, yeah.
And you should be able to see it right where you are right now is up here at the sort of top, the highest tower, the one that's furthest up. So to
This one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's what
There we go.
Okay, we have the Backer tribe and the Marquis tribe. Okay.
Sorry, which one? By the Bakar tribe?
No,
No,
we're like on the other side.
Oh, okay, I saw that then. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, that's good to know. Xerx, would you want to interrogate him further?
I'll show this real quick, in case our viewers can't see the oasis. I'll show them the map as well. So I hope they should be able to see it right now. It's showing them. So hopefully, I don't know how that works. I'll just leave that on for now.
So Xerx will he'll lean in over the bound man, and will say, "It sounds like you've been answering quite truthfully. It feels that way observing you, but I think in repayment." Sorry.
I do not want to be hurt. Please, I tell you anything I know. Just do not hurt me, please.
In repayment for knowledge thus far, I think we could bind you and leave you on the edge of the greenage over here, and you'll possibly even be found before the end of the night, but surely by day. But first, tell me more of the keep. What have you heard of the keep, the oasis?
Weird things. Very few have been there. A few slaves are brought there. But if they return, they return completely destroyed. Like some wild beast has attacked them and tore them apart. I have seen one of the bodies. It was terrible. Other than that, only the slaves, Al-Jarai and two other men go there. The two men, they serve the master, Aziz and Hazik. They are the servants of the master, of the keep. Only they and Abdul Al-Jarai and the slaves that they bring there go there. No one else goes there.
So Aziz and Hazik, they travel from the pen to the keep. Do they travel by the bridge, or do they use means of water?
They go on the bridge. Whoever wants to go into the keep, I mean, you could swim the lake if you wanted to, but the bridge is easier. I have heard weird noises and seared colored flames from the keep. Some say there is a garden there, more beautiful than the Garden of Paradise itself. Until about a year ago, there was nothing there. It was just ruins. But the master of the keep has rebuilt it. It is beautiful now.
Well, what is your name, guard?
My name is Kaban.
Kaban. You have appeased me, but it is up to my companions here what your fate ultimately will be.
No, please, I do not. I answer truthfully. Do not hurt me, please. I will not just gag me and then leave me somewhere. I will not betray you.
And as he says this, Saros actually sits next to him and says, "Well, I'm going to tell you now a little tale of mine. You know, we are here under the order of ghosts of the desert, and they have many eyes everywhere. They will see what you will do after we are gone. We will leave you with loose bonds. You will free yourself till the next guards chief on that bond. And when the guard comes, you will say you fell down the stairs. And nothing happened here.
Yes.
If you do not do this, the ghosts of our dear desert will find you, or will find us, and tell us about it. I like your face. We all like it that way. So, please, keep it that way, and keep it truthful.
Have you come to slay Al Jarai?
That might happen while we're here.
We do not want to serve him, but we have no other choice. He will kill our women and children if we do not serve him.
Just say, the only thing that happened here tonight is you fell down the stairs. Are we all clear with this?
Yes, of course, Master. Yes, of course. Give me an intimidation check. With advantage.
Yeah, sure. 1 second. I'll have to see if I'm... yeah, so... I'll just roll it. So I'm not proficient in it, sadly, but I do have a +4 in it. So 16 or 20.
Okay. Okay, well that's better than nothing. He said, I will not tell you. Just do not hurt me.
And as Xerx is finishing his loose restraints with some more of his rope, he would first offer the man water from the water skin so he could drink before he is left in the dark.
He drinks a little bit and gives you a thankful nod.
But then he will return the gag as well and leave him there, sort of near the tower.
Okay, so you just leave him somewhere. Here, by the way, where you are standing right now is grass. This is not desert sand. There is still quite a bit of sand here and there, but there is a grass cover on the ground surrounding the lakes, the 3 lakes themselves, or the 1 lake and the 2 ponds, basically. Okay. Oh, and hi, Francisco. By the way, welcome.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello, Francisco.
Hi, how you doing? Sorry I'm late, guys. I didn't think of the time difference and everything. So.
Yeah, I figured that might happen. I forgot to. Yeah, I should have probably talked to you about that yesterday.
I was just so like, right. I was just like so focused on trying to make my character and everything. Like, oh fuck,
That's okay. Anyway, you can jump in. And yeah, so basically what happened so far is you met like an old priest of the desert who told you that this oasis has been overcome by evil powers, and you need to go there and they destroy the evil powers, and the evil powers are served by this notorious outlaw, Abdul Al-Jarai, and you basically traveled to the oasis, you attacked one of the guards. They have like watchtowers all around the oasis. You took one out. We're talking to him and interrogating him right now. And it's like 9 o'clock at night, so the sun has gone down. It's nighttime right now. Basically, that's what you missed so far. Yeah, so we'll just retcon the whole thing and say that your character has been with the group the whole time, just like staying back, so to speak. And yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. What I need from you before we start is, what's your dexterity?
My dexterity is 12.
So your straight dexterity is 12. So that means you have a 14 initiative. What's your character's name again?
Her name is Reniko.
How do you spell that?
R-E-I-K-O.
Okay, sorry, my pen just died. R-E-I, Reiko. Okay. And what's your armor class?
It's 11.
11. Okay.
Yeah.
11.
She has no armor.
You have unarmored defense as a monk. You should have a wisdom modifier and a dexterity modifier that adds to your armor class. So you have. So your armor class should be So you have 14 dexterity, did you say? Oh, sorry, 12 dexterity, did you say?
Yeah,
Plus
12.
two, plus two. What's your wisdom?
Wisdom is 15.
Okay, so you have a 14 armor class. If I
Mhm.
count up the check. Plus two,
Okay.
yeah. 14
Is
armor.
is your monk armored? I think I read a little bio about it before.
You can't really have that as a monk because otherwise you lose the armor defense thing.
Yeah, I might have been reading a character bio for another game. It was
Short question for the DM.
Yeah.
Do we magically lose our 5th level again now?
I actually think about that, but I think it would be too complicated to do that. So we'll just Reiko will just stay at 4th level, and you guys just stay at 5th. It would be too weird to just like redo that, and then you lose like spells and hit points and all that stuff. So we'll just keep you guys at 5th level, and I'll just have to add a few extra components extra.
Yay!
Alright, again, sorry about all this.
Good one, please.
Smashy, smashy.
Exactly. All right. So you are now. Oh, also, Francisco, you might want to join the Roll20 thing. If you look at the event in Facebook, there should be a post giving you a link to a Roll20 game. I'm not sure if you have a Roll20 account or not.
I think it should be within Hangout actually in his left toolbar because we are using it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you should be. Yeah, if you see on your left, you see like a little red die that with a 20 on it, like a little.
Oh yeah,
die.
I do, but I have my. Yeah, I do, but I have my die set right here. Like I have it like right here. So.
Actually, forget about it. Doesn't matter. The main thing you just do a dice. It'll be too complicated to set up the whole thing. There is a map you'll be able to see. Actually, I can send you the link to the map.
Okay.
Real quick. I'll send you the link to the map in Facebook so you can take a look.
Okay.
Let me see.
Alright.
Come on. Let's see if this works. And then you should be able to look at the map anyway, just so you can see what the whole oasis sort of looks like.
Right.
Nope, that's not working. Right. Why isn't it working? No. I don't know. No idea. Well, you'll just have to live with not knowing the map.
That's fine.
Just have to trust us.
Yeah, I can't figure it out right now.
It's alright.
Actually, sorry. Yeah, I know. I can just send you the map itself. I don't have to send you a link. I just send you the map itself. Which be here.
So I'm not seeing him in Roll20 or Google Hangout.
Actually, Google Hangout, he's in there.
Yeah,
but
he doesn't have to be Roll20. It's not really that important to it. Okay, so there's the map.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, okay, cool. I just found the map, but okay.
We're at the northeastern tower.
Yes.
It's the Oasis one.
Exactly.
Okay.
And what we've just done is we took the guard and we interrogated him, but we believe we've made a peace with him, and he's going to maybe continue his guard shift when it's over, or go home after his guard shift.
Well, you have at least 3 hours. Even if he raises an alarm, you have at least 3 hours. 3 hours is a lot of time.
Okay.
And we got a little bit of info about the keep that we're going for, and the names of some higher-ups under this Al-Jahiri. Their names are Aziz and Hazik, but we don't know much more than that. Not that I recall.
As far as the guard told you, they're actually not like servants of Al-Jarai. They are servants of the master.
Oh, okay. So, and we were told something beyond Al-Jahari is at the center of the keep, and that is our primary objective. That we were told by this ghost of the desert, Lasnat Rahiri.
Anyway, if you look at the map, the lower bottom corner of the map, there's like a whatever you call it, like a measurement thing. That whole thing, so so that is about 400 yards. So basically, one of those little things is 100 yards. Just so you have like measurements.
Okay.
The whole oasis isn't that big. It's
Okay.
like medium-sized oasis, basically.
So 5 feet is 100 yard.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was sort of going about. Just so you have like measurements. Which also means that if there's a loud battle, it can be heard quite a bit away. Like even on the other side of the oasis, they might hear you if there's like a loud shouting, like death scream, that sort of thing. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
Okay, so now you are hunched down in the sand and grass, I guess, the grassland, close to that upper guard tower, and you are debating what to do.
Saros, what do you think our next step should be?
Well, luckily, we always have some choices. We could, of course, go blindly into the keep, but as we all know, these guards don't know much about the going-ons in the keep, and we could be running into some kind of trap. So we should perhaps keep that in mind. We could perhaps take a visit to the slave pen and the big building, perhaps kidnap someone who is a more trusted follower of this Shadow Master, who has perhaps more information, or we could just try to evade conflict and go straight for the keep.
Freeing the slaves could also be a very good distraction.
Your mind wanders where mine does as well, Cyrus. I was just thinking that, a grand distraction.
But also kind of an attention magnet.
Very true. But approaching the slave pen nonetheless, for information first, action can be taken after.
Yes. What does our desert rose think of all of this? And he looks at the monk.
She's a woman. Oh, Francisco's playing a female.
Yeah.
So I called her a desert rose as a compliment.
Yes, I know. I'm just saying. So just so the others understand what you're talking about.
She looks around the slave base or whatever, and she says that maybe we should try to sneak up and try to get some information. If we don't, then we can't find out how to free the slaves. There must be something we can do. Maybe we can just charge in and just attack them, perhaps.
I think that would be a last resort to just blindly run in.
A rose has...
I'm not against it,
but
there are better tactics.
Yes, but we should perhaps, if we want to travel to the slave pens, we should try to avoid the Bacard tribe village. Like retreat to the dunes and then take a wide berth and try to take out the guard tower, and so that we can move in unnoticed to the slave pens.
Well, these weird sort of like quarter things on the map. If you they're like fields, by the way. If you're wondering what that is.
Yes. I figured that much.
Yeah.
I'm assuming there's like little houses and stuff there, right? Yeah. The Bear Tribe village.
Yeah.
So maybe it would be wise to get our mounts and egress through the sand and the dunes, and skirt the encampment and arrive at the tower by the slave camp.
All right. So you want to go back out into the desert, grab your mounts, and sort of perch around?
As we return to the mounts, you see Saros just using the gust of wind cantrip to whirl up sand around him, really a bit playfully and not very stealthily, and just was humming to himself. Rather enjoyable mood.
It's like, woo, sad.
Yes.
And Zerx will produce another pomegranate for his horse or camel, and hop up on its great hump.
So you ride around. You keep around the oasis, and you want to arrive here, yeah, around this tower here, the lowest tower, the most southernmost tower.
Yes, so I think we want to arrive here somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and then leave your mounts behind again, I assume, and approach it.
Yes.
Do we want to try and sneak up and get rid of this guard as well?
Would be a good idea.
Okay, so whoever wants to sneak up, give me a stealth check.
I can do that.
Okay.
I will. Where are you going to be, Francisco? Because I was going to think about my placement. Or Reiko.
I was just gonna just be with you guys. I was gonna go do a sneak attack, but then again, I don't have the way of the shadow. Mine's 4 elements, so that wouldn't make sense.
So I'll sneak up.
So I'll do the same thing. Are you waiting behind
Toss
then,
him
Rick?
down to you guys if you want, and then you guys can tie him up when he gets down there.
I would stay a bit further away, but casting like this minor illusion cantrip to make some kind of cloud to stealth to shield some of our companions who are approaching the tower.
All right, that's a good idea. I'll grant you advantage for this, in combination with the night and the dust that covers you. And destroys sort of the shape of your silhouette, makes it less likely for the guard to pick you out in the moonlight.
In addition, as I'm doing this kind of mirage, so to say, I would also like to produce some interesting sounds from the lake that would draw attention to the lake.
What's the range on that?
Prestidigitation. 1 second. I will have to check it up.
And I would just ask, sorry, what was Reiko going to do? Is she going to wait behind or go in?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
You're going in? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going in.
Yeah, so
Check Reiko.
Xerx will just
ignore the
stand beside
noises.
sorcerer.
Ignore the noises. It's only 10 feet, so that would be
Yeah.
counterproductive.
Yeah. If I get up there, Reiki, I'm just gonna grab him and throw him down to these guys. It's only like a 20
So
foot.
Cyrus is stealthing up. Who else is joining Cyrus? Is it just Cyrus or Reiko? You said you want to come as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so you give me a stealth check as well, please.
Okay.
And yeah,
D20,
Xerx is
right?
going to stay back with Soros.
With advantage, so you can roll twice and take the high one.
Okay, I'll roll again. 19.
Before we stealth in, one question: have we checked how many guards there are up on the tower?
Yeah, one. You could see from the distance that there's one guy.
Oh, good. Yeah, perhaps it would have been more heavily watched because of the slave pen closer.
Yeah.
You can see in the distance there's like 2 more guards walking around, but that's a good about 200 or 150 yards away or so. You can see the silhouettes of like 2 people just like patrolling around the area that you know is a slave pen. You can't actually see a pen, by the way. Like there's no like some sort of house or case or something. You don't see anything like that.
Too far away.
Okay.
So, Reiko, what was your stealth check?
Oh shit! I got a 20.
Okay.
Nice.
Good. Well, so yeah, so both Cyrus and Reiko are super stealthy, and you reach the top of the tower. You can see the guy there definitely seems like a more experienced warrior. He's a bit older with like a grizzled beard, and he doesn't seem to be nearly as like standing around bored. He's actually taking his job seriously. Sadly for him, he's looking in the wrong direction. You're looking like you're coming from behind him.
Okay. Can I come up and cut him against around the mouth again?
All right. That's another athletics check with advantage.
Okay, I'm gonna try this. 2d20 plus 7. How do I make it so it just picks one and gives me the higher one with advantage?
Not sure. There's a thing for that, but I wouldn't know.
Okay.
So as this all is happening, I look to
Okay,
Xerxes and
so
say,
12,
"So,
7, 19.
What do you do for fun in your free time?
You're asking Zerks?
Yes. He's like totally forgot about the mission. He's now just
What?
thinking about other things.
Often to pass the time, I wager here and there. I would wager right now 1 gold piece. Do you think the guard they are approaching garners mercy like the last? Or the blade?
I think he'll die.
1 gold piece, friend.
1 gold piece.
Cyrus, you grab the guy by the throat, Quirt. He tries to resist for a second, but realizes he can't. Reiko, what do you want to do? Cyrus has the guy now by the throat, pulling him backwards.
What kind of weapons does he have?
He has a scimitar and a short spear. He already dropped the short spear as he's sort of trying to push your hands away or pull your hands away from your throat, but he's not strong enough.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess Renigo, she rushes up and she kicks his leg, like putting him down.
Okay. Yeah, you don't even have to roll for that. With
Kick his leg out?
Yeah, he just swipes his legs, and the guy, you can sort of force him to the ground if you want to.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay. So the guy's on the ground now, but is still resisting. Goes for his scimitar with one hand, and with the other hand actually manages to break Cyrus's grip and push his hand away and draws breath to shout. Cyrus, your turn.
Do we see this struggling?
No, that's up on the tower. You can't quite see what's going on.
Okay.
Okay.
Quick, what do you do?
I don't. You know what? I'm gonna. Can I is letting go of a grapple a free action?
I'd say so, yeah.
I can just let it go. Okay. I am gonna let go of the grapple and draw both of my swords and attack him.
All right, so that's 3 attacks, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna attack recklessly. So.
All right.
Where is it here? No. Okay.
He doesn't have a shield out, so that's a hit.
Okay.
The second one misses.
No, these are with advantage.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
This is my next one, 8 and 25, so that's a second hit.
Yeah, 2 hits.
And 23.
Yeah, so 2 hits.
Okay.
One.
So
Normal damage and 1 time without the extra.
8 plus 12, 14.
You only add your strength modifier twice.
Yeah, so it'll be plus 6. Yeah, it'll be plus. Oh, you know what? I realized I don't know if. No, it's plus 4. 4. Yeah. It's 8. Oh, shoot.
Just roll all the damage at once, basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So 3d8 plus 8. So that's 23.
Yeah, you just butchered the guy. You whip out both scimitars and just slice into him before he can get up. And the first cut cuts into his chest, the second cut cuts off like an arm that holds the scimitar, and the third cut cuts into his throat to make sure that he not crumbles to the ground, and sort of lying there, one hand in the fire, the small fire pit thing on top of the watchtower, and the blood all over the watchtower now.
Okay. And I'm gonna start looking around, keeping alert, seeing if anybody heard that. I assume somebody did.
No, it wasn't very, very loud. So you look around, you can see the 2 sentries in the distance still walking, and you can also see in that big house that you can see on the map that's next to the slave pen, there's light in there, and you can hear like faint voices and like loud voices coming from there, but you cannot. Doesn't sound like alarm. They just sound like someone's drinking in there, basically, like merry.
Okay.
And you figure that the guards that are next to the slave pen, because of the loud voices from the house that's sort of next to them, they wouldn't be able to hear soft noises from the guard towers. So whoever planned this wasn't the best planner, or they were really like arrogant and not assuming that anyone would attack them.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna as he dies. I guess we'll clean off my blades, put them back in their sheaths, crouch down to the bottom of the over the ledge to lean down to the two guys, to Saros and Xerx, and just kind of shake my head to them, like, you know, letting them know, like, that didn't go as well as last time.
And
The only one. Haha.
seeing Cyrus's red, blood-soaked face, he would hand a single gold piece to Saros. Say,
Thank you very much. I always win.
Next time we bet 2 gold pieces.
Next time. My dear barbarian, could you perhaps take the body parts and like bury them somewhere, and I will just clean up the floor with my magic, and it will seem that he would just like run off and drink or pillage or did something off duty, so to say, and not die horribly.
Okay, I'll take the body and throw it as far away from the tower as I can from the top. Hopefully it lands somewhere, you know, in the grass.
You hit the patrolling guards.
Yeah, no, away from the guards.
Okay, give me an athletics check. See how far you can throw him.
Okay. Three.
Oh, you can throw him quite far. So sails
Yeah.
above your head. A couple bloods, like a couple of drops of blood hit both of you that are standing on the ground, and then the body disappears behind the next two. So.
As Saros sees that, he will just like follow the blood trail and like using the prestidigitation cantrip to clean all the blood, like blood spillage, and then make it up to the tower and then clean it up there as well.
There's a lot of blood. It'll take you about 15 minutes or so to clean everything. But
We've got time, I guess.
Alright.
We've got time.
Well, it's about nearly.
We don't have time, guys. We're getting to. This is time sensitive.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess then we'll just have them.
Yeah, it's about 9:45 now, so you needed about half an hour to skirt around, and now another 15 to 20 minutes, so just before 10, basically.
Okay, so I guess we meet up at the foot of the tower.
Yeah.
So should we go to the slave pens or to the big house? Either way, we have to take care of the two guards, I guess.
I think that Abdul's in. The other guard said that Abdul's in the big house.
Yeah, I think so. He said that he's there with his men.
Okay.
Sadly.
And the big house next to the slave pen.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Cyrus is gonna say that I've got personal business in the big house with Abdul. He's killed my friends. So I'd like to go there. And he just kind of like flexes his muscles, and he's just, you can see like he's angry, like he's kind of holding himself back. And
well, at the very least, I'd like to see anything really inside that big house. Maybe just peering from without, but. And then Xerx's eyes would drift over to the two guards that are sort of wandering around. Are they side by side, or are they sort of got their own patterns?
No, they're not together. They're two. Like each of them is walking by themselves, but they're very definitely within sight of each other. So they're only about maybe 30 to 40 yards away from each other at all times. They're just wandering the area, sort of around the slave pen, the big house. Basically, you think, by the way, they're walking, they're more there to keep an watch inward than outward.
Whether or not we approach the big house, I think these two must go. They would be quick to respond to our escape if we had to make it in haste.
I think you're right, but honestly, we need to look for the slaves. We can't keep getting around here. So let's take care of the two gods and try to find the slave pen.
One question to the DM.
Yep.
Is like this slaving a common practice in these lands, or
You wouldn't call it common practice. There's a few tribes that do it, but it's not something that's generally well liked by most people.
So these tribes, which are currently subjugated by the dark forces, are they known for slaving or not?
Give me a intelligence check.
Ooh, I'm very bad at those, but yay! Anyway, sure. Roll
A history check,
1d20.
whatever. Yeah, it's basically it would be a history check, I guess.
Plus 2 years. So 18.
Okay. Interestingly enough, you realize neither the Bakr tribe nor the Makid tribe are really known for their slaving practice in general.
Okay. Well, I would look to the monk and say, although your intentions are probably pure and good and everything seems fine in your world, we should perhaps think about if we free the slaves, they will be freed next to these bandits and scoundrels, and those will basically end in a massacre. If we destroy these shadows, the scoundrels will run away, and these slaves will find mercy from the other two tribes, who will also probably rebel after the fall of the shadows. Just putting it there. So,
And I would add, it is also the focal point of our holy mission from Lazrahiri, is extinguishing this darkness at the center of the keep.
yeah.
Here's
Currently,
Alright, she
The
signs
large house.
like
So you can see in the distance the door of the large house opens, and a couple of figures come out carrying torches. You can see what looks like 3 fairly muscular tribesmen with like scimitars and spears and shields, and a 4th figure that is very tall but fairly thin and dressed what looks like in like grayish robes. Not quite sure, dirty and like even raggy, like the robes. And that figure, they all walk over to the slave pen, and you can see they seem to be talking to each other. The tall figure in the robe seems to be pointing downward towards the ground, and you can see 2 of the warriors lift up a ladder, and they put it down, and you realize the slave pen seems to be a pit. That's where they're putting the ladder down. That's why you couldn't see any type of wall or fence or anything. So they're putting the ladder into the pit, and 2 of the warriors are climbing down into the pit. The 2 guards that have been patrolling around also are coming up and sort of looking down into the pit at that moment. So you have 2 guards in the pit, 3 guards up there, and that robed figure. And yeah, so what do you want to do? And you can hear like shouting in the distance, like fearful shouting, both male and female voices.
This may be enough and light enough of a distraction for us to capitalize on. Maybe we make our move to the keep.
I'm open for both ways.
it doesn't really matter for me as long as we free those slaves. That's all I care about.
I guess.
Let us go take care of Abdul, and then I will gladly move on to the keep. If we go on to the keep, Abdul and his men could follow us in and prove quite a danger coming at our backs.
Yes, that's true. True.
Very well. You will have my swords. My blades.
Alright, so I'm going to head off towards the slave pens.
As you start approaching, you can see 2 warriors. The 2 warriors come back up the ladder, and they grab like what looks like a young woman. They're basically pulling with them, and they throw her onto the ground in front of that robed tall figure that sort of stoops down a little, looks down on it, and then gives a nod. And the 2 guards grab the woman again, force her up onto her feet, and start dragging her towards, basically to the left along the shoreline. And that gaunt sort of robed figure follows along. The third guard goes back into the big house, and the other two, after a few words that they exchange, one of them laughs like and throws back his head and laughs, and then they start resume their patrols again.
I look to the rest as the barbarian heading off, and I say, "I guess onwards to victory," and follow the barbarian.
All right.
Are the guards in between us? Like, are they? Would going and killing them be out of our way?
Which ones? The ones that are
The guards that just laughed and are on patrol.
The two guards, those are the ones that are patrolling around the slave pen. So they're like in this area here, all around the slave pen, basically.
Okay.
And you can see now what two guards, a woman, and that last figure are walking that over this way. So they're walking sort of to the west along the shoreline.
Okay. Okay. Huh.
Theoretically, they could be going to the keep, probably.
Are they?
Maybe.
Yeah. Are they close to the edge of the pit? The guards?
No, they don't. No. They're keeping their distance a little bit. They're like a couple guards away. They're not like super far away.
And are they closer together now?
No, they split up again.
Can I? Okay. Just gonna say what I'm thinking. Can I? If I charge at the guards, could I shove one of them into the pit?
If you wait for the right moment, yeah, they do sometimes like approach the pit, and you just have to wait until that moment presents itself, and then rush one. And yeah, that's very possible.
So Xerx will he's going to advance up behind the barbarian and place a hand on his shoulder and say, "I will advance with you. Let me silence this combat like I did our last."
Okay.
What's the range of silence? What's the size of the silence of the spell?
I think it's like 60 or 90 feet range or bubble. I could be wrong though.
Just my privy.
Is there any way that that Reniko can because when she saw like that whole thing with the guards and everything, she wants to like really kick their ass, but also she wants to comfort the woman. Is there any way like she can get to her, or what exactly?
Well, the woman is being dragged away by two guardsmen, and one of them is like holding a torch, and the other one's sort of dragging the woman. And that third figure that you saw, that tall sort of robed figure, was also that figure is not actually holding the woman by the hand or anything, but is following along. And as you're watching, they seem to be walking towards the keep. So they're following the shoreline towards where the bridge is.
Okay.
So to the left lower corner of the lake.
So silence has a 120-foot range, but it's a 20-foot bubble on the point.
Okay. Yeah, you could like if you wait for the right moment, you could catch both guards in the 20-foot bubble. Yeah.
And Xerx will look to Cyrus and say, "Let's twice the fun," and he'll motion that he's like waiting for them to get closer together as he's preparing his spell.
Okay.
Saros will just trail behind the monk.
Okay, so who of you wants to like approach and get into like attack range? If you want to do that, you have to give me stealth checks. Although they will be with advantage again because the guards are facing basically the other direction. They're keeping watch on the slaves, not so much on the outside wall. The outside world, so to speak.
So
I know that Cyrus wants to go in. Okay, that's a 13. All right.
All right. Yeah. Xerxes, he's going in.
All right.
And advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. 18, 19. So that's a 20 with my.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Reiko, do you want to go in as well?
Yes.
Okay. So also stealth.
I got a 10. Fuck.
A 10.
Yeah.
With advantage.
Oh yeah, advantage. You roll twice. Yeah.
Okay.
Plus whatever you have on your stealth.
Okay. 11.
Is that 11 total or 11 roll?
11 total. Like I rolled twice because I'm using a D20 dice.
Okay, so as you're approaching, Reiko, you stumble and sort of kick sand a little bit, and one of the guards, the one closer to you, stops, and he starts turning in your direction.
If possible, I guess I'll have to loose the spell right then.
All right, so you lose the spell. All right, Cyrus, your turn. So you go first.
I'm running in, and if he's, do you think would I be able to shove him into the pit?
You could be, yes. If you roll well enough on an athletics check, you could be very well.
All right,
Roll a
I'll do
20.
that.
Right.
How far away is the other guard?
He's about 15 feet away from the first guard. They're about 15 feet away from each other.
Okay. I'm gonna run in. I'm gonna rage and shove him into the pit, so it'll give me advantage.
When you rage, you are fairly loud because you're like shouting and stuff. So
But he's in silence. He's
You
in.
can run in and then rage inside the silence bubble.
Silence. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but you can rage. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'll do that with advantage.
Okay.
So 19. So 19.
Okay, you give the guy a push. He's just about to turn. As you run up to him, he goes for his scimitar. His eyes go wide, and you just give him a violent push. He flies through the air and stumbles backwards into the pit.
Okay, so he'll land prone in the pit,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to draw my 2 scimitars as part of my move action.
Okay, and that's your turn. Zerx.
Or long swords.
So Zerx will advance into the bubble of silence and the fray, and he's going to draw his sling, and he's going to try and hit the. He's going to go to the edge of the pit and hit the guy who just went over.
Okay.
Or try to, and so he'll be prone probably. So advantage.
No, actually, range. That's only for melee attacks. No, because you're on top of him, you do cancel out the disadvantage because you can see him quite well. He's not in cover. You can actually see there's about 30 or so slaves in here that are sort of huddling together and looking over now that the guy's fallen into the pit.
So that's 14 to hit.
That is a hit.
Excellent. And oh, awesome. So 6 right to the temple.
You hit him in the head, and he's like, can't make any sounds, obviously. Saros.
Saros would like to cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp and try to grasp the second guard.
What's the range on that spell?
30 feet.
You would have to run in to do that, but you can do that, but you'd have to move in first. You're about 60 feet from the guard right now.
So could I take my move action, which is 30 feet, and then use Maximilian's Earthen Grasp?
Okay, so you run in and...
Yeah. And like the sand, which has been idle all the time, just forms into a ginormous hand, which starts grabbing at the poor fella who must do a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw, alright. That is a 14.
I have an DC of 15, so...
Oh!
He might have to be a bit comfortable inside of a crushing grasp, and he will take 2d6, 2d6 bludgeoning damage as starts crushing him. And during the whole turn, he is now considered restrained.
Okay, so he can't move. Okay, that's cool. Can he do something to escape?
Yeah, he can do a strength check against my spell save DC.
Okay, Reiko.
But at the end of his turn.
Yeah. Reiko, your turn. What do you want to do?
Yeah. How many guards are there exactly?
One of them is now held by a giant hand made of sand. The other one has fallen into the slave pit and is out of sight for you right now.
You can punch the one who is restrained.
That'd be mean.
What do you want to do?
It would be very effective.
Yeah, it would.
I don't think being mean is applicable when it comes to slavers.
No, it doesn't.
Quick, what do you want to do? Decide, quick. There's a combat. You don't have to...
Okay, I guess I'll punch the slaver.
Okay, so you run up to the guy who's held by the hand and just punch him in the face twice.
Cool.
You do get advantage on the attack because of restraint.
Oh yeah, that's right. So you have to. So what kind of weapons are you wielding? Just your hands?
My hands, a dowel sword, and a quarterstaff.
Okay. So what would you wish to attack with?
Oh, my quarterstaff.
All right. So you go in with the swing of your quarterstaff with advantage. So roll twice, take the higher attack.
Alright. I got an 18.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, so that's a 20.
And 13.
Yeah, you hit him in the face with the quarterstaff, and then hit him with a kick or whatever, or like your elbow. So you hit him twice.
Yeah.
Roll damage. Quarterstaff.
10.
10 damage. Okay, that instantly just kills him.
Sweet.
You run up and bash his head in, basically, as he's held up by this massive hand of sand.
Yeah, like the head is looking outside of the hand, and you're just bashing in the head.
Yeah.
The rest of the.
Okay. That was Raker's turn. Now the guard that is on the floor jumps up and he's like shouting something. He can't hear shit, and no one hears him. Obviously, he whips out his scimitar, looks around, tries to get out, obviously, and like runs to the edge of the pit. Jumps up, tries to get up there, but falls back onto his back. Slides off, falls back onto his back, and just lies there looking up at Zerx, who's standing there. And you can see a couple of the slaves stand towards him, sort of surrounding him. Okay, Cyrus, your turn.
I'm gonna jump down on him. Both swords just.
Well, the pit is about
straight in.
yeah, the pit is about 15 feet deep.
Okay.
But you can still do that. Give me an athletics check.
Okay. Oh, here. That's saved already. Okay.
Okay.
19.
Oh yeah, you do have advantage. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of
Yeah. With a
raging.
19, you basically jump with your feet on his chest from up top. Give me an attack roll with advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a hit. Roll damage.
Okay. All damage.
All right. So you just jump onto his chest and just break his bones, and you can hear the breaking of his ribcage that's pressed inwards, crushes his lungs, and he's just like. And then stops moving. And he obviously would have screamed a lot, but no one hears him.
Yeah.
In the desert, no one can hear you scream.
There you go.
And he's just instantly dead.
And
Okay, now the slaves are jumping. The slaves obviously all jump backwards as this massive warrior lands in their midst, crushing one of their captors underneath him. And they're all backing away from you. Okay, combat is over. There's no more slavers left.
Are there any kids around in the slave pit, or is it all adults?
No, actually, weirdly enough, they're only adults. There's men and women, but there's no children, and there's also no old ones. They're just basically young men and young women. Between maybe about 16 and 25, 16 and 30 at the most. Make out too many details because it's still sort of half dark.
Yeah.
Moonlight and all that. They don't have light in the slave pit ones. So.
Okay. I'm gonna walk out of the zone of silence and go over to some of the slaves.
That's actually possible because the zone of silence isn't big enough to cover the whole pit yet.
So,
Correct.
and I'm gonna kind of like do like a. You're getting out of here. Your tribe is free.
One of the women steps up to you. You can see like a young youngish woman in her mid-20s, but long black hair. She's not particularly attractive, but there's something about her posture that tells you that doesn't seem to be too afraid, not nearly as much as the rest of the people here. And she gives you a nod and says, "You kill these animals, I can see. That is good. Who are you? Did you come to free us?"
I am Cyrus of Tribe Barris. I have been sent here to deal with the darkness in the keep. My friends and I are going to destroy the darkness. You people need to get away from here.
My name is Jarina. They have taken several of us into this keep, and none that is ever taken there has ever returned, except as mangled corpses, bloody and broken. A friend of mine, Kalinia, has just been taken a few moments ago. I am
We'll be
afraid
getting her back.
As you're talking to her, another man, a young man, pushes his way through, and you see this young man in front of you. You get the feeling that he's been like chubby in the past, but that he's lost quite a lot of weight over the last couple of weeks. He has this like sort of weird look on his face, like the skin's hanging down a little bit and all that. And he pushes himself towards you and says, "You, have you come to free us? I am a very important man. I can pay you handsomely if you can." And he's not speaking very quietly, by the way. He's not quite shouting, but he's speaking quite high.
I'm going to tell him
I can pay
lower your voice.
a lot of money. Yes. Well, as I was saying, my name is Kamal. I work for Bagos of Susa. He would be happy to pay you handsomely if you escort me to Susa and to freedom.
Okay, I'm going to go up and put my hand on his mouth. Like,
All right.
You need to be quiet now. Everyone here is free. You are not more important than them.
Give me an intimidation check.
Okay.
One question for the DM. As all this is transpiring, I would like to play rock, paper, scissors against my giant hand and lose.
Okay.
Because I'm always taking scissors and the hand is always taking rocks.
So 4.
Okay. He takes your hand off and says, "Listen to me, you desert savage. I am Kamal. Have you not understood what I was saying? I work for Bagoas the eunuch. One of the
Is he being loud?
Yeah, he's quite loud.
Push him into the silence bubble.
Could I knock him out?
Yeah, certainly. You give me a strength check.
Okay, I'm going to knock him out.
You just swing a giant fist at his face.
Yeah.
Well, then Rena goes. She goes up to the barbarian and says, "Why did you hit the boy? He was just afraid. Why did you?"
He hasn't hit him yet.
Oh, okay.
I'll dismiss my concentration on silence too.
All right.
So it's off.
Okay.
Are you rolling?
Oh, if it.
I'm going to complain that the hand cheats.
Yeah. You can't cross these spirits, man. They always cheat. Okay, yeah. You just bash him in the side of the head, and you just feel like and falls backwards into the sand.
And I look around and be like, anybody else feel like being loud still?
The woman, Karina, gives you a nod and says, "Well done." That fool has annoyed me for too long.
Saros would like to look down into the slave pen and say, "I am really not the one to break up parties, but isn't there some person being dragged to a keep or something that we should prevent?"
Perhaps
Okay,
you could climb out of the.
I'm going to point at the ladder and be like, bring the ladder down.
Okay, so
Okay.
you push her into the pit and
Okay.
start climbing up.
Okay.
All right, and Rena goes she's like basically rushing, like she's going ahead of the group because she wants to save that person being dragged to the pit.
All right.
So she's like rushing.
So you're just leaving by yourself.
I'm following.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So while Cyrus and Xerxes are sort of taking care of the slaves, getting them out of the pit, Sauros and Rachel are rushing after the two warriors that have lent that away. And you can see they're carrying torches with them. You rush past that large building and you run after them. And as you run after them, you can see that the figure that whole figure stops, raises his head in a really weird way, and then turns to look towards you. Give me stealth checks, both of you.
One question: could I, instead of using a stealth check, use minor illusion to look like a guard?
You could, although minor illusion is not really big enough to masquerade like your whole body.
It's a 5-foot square, so to say.
I guess so. Yeah, okay.
I don't have to change my footwear, so to say. So.
Yeah, they're super. You're not super close, so yeah. On this distance, you might actually be able to pull it off.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll just like wave at them.
So then, give me a disguise check, but with
The disguise check.
yes, a disguise check with advantage. Sorry, deception check with advantage. And Reiko, you give me a stealth check.
Deception.
Okay.
Yes, I've got proficiency in that, so
Okay.
that's great. Roll 1d20 plus 7. 26. I think that should I reroll for advantage?
26 is good, I think. What was the stealth? What was Reiko's stealth check?
It's 13.
13. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, you are lucky. I rolled badly. The guy didn't see you. So you drop to the ground, basically, or into the grass, I should say. And Daros is just like guard and just like, and the creature or figure, whatever it is, turns back around, and they continue towards the keep. The three of them, out of 4 of them, I guess, if you count the slave girl.
I extend my hand to the fallen monk to help her up.
All right.
Such a beauty should not lay on the floor like that.
So, Xerxes and Cyrus, you have now successfully managed to get all the slaves out of the pit, and they're all standing around now, so in the shadow to the side of the pit.
Besides not that kid.
And just 2 of them are carrying the unconscious Kamal, that guy you knocked out. And Jarina, that young woman, steps up to you. You have our thanks. What would you have us do now?
If you make your way to one of the abandoned buildings in the dunes, we can easily find you by your trail on the following day, and we will aid you in passage beyond that.
We do not have any food or water. No water skins to carry it. And most of us are only carrying rags. I do not think we can survive longer than a day or 2 in the desert.
I dare say you could stay in the pit.
I see. Well, I guess the desert is better than the attention of the pig Al-Jarai and his men.
What do you think, brave warrior of the desert?
The desert is no place for slaves who have been starved. Once we plan on killing Abdul Al-Jarai, you can take his supplies and make your way into the desert.
She nods towards the house.
And I said, wait here for 1 hour.
We will retreat a little to the side and hide in the fields.
And upon hearing that, Xerxes will point to the watchtower and say, "We have taken care of the guards, and you could perhaps pillage a fair meal from the fields as well while you wait.
We will do that then. Come, my friends.
Yeah.
There's no time to spare. She turns towards the slaves, and although some of them are just standing around, lost in thought, and don't know what to do, she just sort of ushers them away. She just turns around towards you, gives you a nod, and then starts sort of herding the rest of the now freed slaves away into the field, sort of. And they disappear in the darkness.
Before chasing after Raiko and the Saros, who may be in guard form, if the house is closer, Xerx has to stick his head and look in a window if there's a ground level window. He has to look within.
Okay. So as you walk past the house, you stop, look inside, and you can see there's about 6 or 7 guys in there, sitting on like low tables on the ground, like cushions on the ground on like low tables, eating and drinking. And one of them you recognize from stories as Abdul Al-Jarai. He has very dark skin, very sort of a falcon-like, beak-like nose, a long sort of goatee that reaches nearly down to his chest, that's trimmed and finely like oiled, and he's wearing 2 scimitars, and he's sitting on like what looks like a throne, basically, kind of like a large chair made of wood and bone at the end of the room. And in one hand he has on the head of a woman that's sort of kneeling next to his throne, and he's just sort of stroking her hair as you would with a pet with one hand. The other hand holds like a goblet of wine or some drink.
And so I think Xerx will slink back to Cyrus and then see if he's wanting to go to follow where our companions ran off to.
So while this is all transpiring, one question: what is the monk doing?
What?
What?
I don't know what she's doing.
Hiding, aren't you?
I know
Yeah,
she
how
helped
far-
her up, and then she.
Yeah, what
How
are
far-
you doing anyway?
We'll jump back to Saros and Reiko now. What are you doing at the moment? So you saw the guy looking back at you. You froze, like you deceived him. He looked back, turned back around, and now the 2 warriors, the slave, the tall guy, are continuing to walk towards the bridge. What do you want to do?
My dear fella, perhaps no, that's not going to work. What do you want to do, dear monk? Do you want to free them?
Yes, let's free him.
Okay.
On
Okay,
the
so-
way, how many? What's the entrances to the house? Just a quick question.
You mean how many there are?
Yeah.
Oh, there's basically 1 door, and there's about 4 or 5 windows on both sides,
Okay.
like on the front and on the sides.
Could I just quickly lay out? I've got a little bag of caltrops. I want to lay it out like right in front of the door
All right, fair enough. Yeah.
before we go and rescue that girl.
Okay. So, Reiko, what do? You rush after the. You don't have much time. The captors with the slave are only about 100 feet or so away from the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna rush over to the slavers who have the girl.
Okay, so you're just running full on speed.
Pretty much, and
Okay.
I have my quarterstaff. I draw my quarterstaff at the ready. Just
All right.
rushing.
So Saros, you see this as Reiko just jumps up and spurts past you with a quarterstaff out, just running full on. What's your movement, Reiko? The monks get like additional movement, I believe, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I think you.
Don't know. I'm looking it up right now.
40 feet, I think. Like 30 feet is the basic human, and then you have like a plus 10 or something. As a monk. I
I
believe.
think at like level 10 it goes up more, but yeah.
No, yeah, plus
My
10.
speed's only like 30 feet.
Yeah, 30 feet
It's
is
40.
human base speed, but then I think the monk gets plus 10 feet
Yeah.
because of their monk's training. Okay. So,
Unarmored movement, plus 10 feet.
Yeah, excellent.
Oh,
Give me athletics or acrobatics, whatever you prefer. Check to see how fast you actually get to the guards, whether they can react before you get there.
okay. I guess acrobatics.
Okay, whatever's higher, basically.
Yeah.
As she's like speeding off, I like let out a little sigh and then just start conjuring some like these hot glowing like they were out of sand, but now it has like fused into some kind of like liquid glass that are hovering now around me. And I cast Mel's minute meteors and have now 6 tiny meteors orbiting around me.
Okay. So, what did you roll on your acrobatics check, Reiko?
Oh, let me roll that. Sorry about that. D20, right?
Yes.
Okay. I got a fucking 2.
Okay.
Ah, God, it's so funny. Damn it.
You run, but you stumble a little, and all three, the 2 guards and the robed figure, turn around as they hear you approaching. For a second, they are surprised, but then the robed figure is like, "Take care of her." And,
Can I use this moment of surprise to launch my first 2 meteors?
You can, yes.
They are 120 feet range, so I think.
Yeah, you're about maybe 60 feet or so away from them. So yeah, you can. You can.
So I will try. They have like a 5 feet range, AoE splash, so to say.
Okay.
I will try to position them in that way that they hit the max amount of guards and crazy creatures, but
That's
not hit the.
because the 2 warriors are holding the slave in between them. You're gonna hit the slave. The creature or figure is standing a bit to the side, so you could hit him or her or it without hitting anyone else. That's pretty much your options.
Okay, I'll just throw one of these liquid glass balls at the creature.
All right.
Just as he tries to say something.
Yep.
He must make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That is a 16.
A 16 means that I will deal less damage. Sad face. Oh well. So, oh damn it. He takes 3 fire damage.
Okay. So as the meteors or the glass streaks through the air, the robed figure ducks down with quite a lot of speed, faster than you would have expected, but the thing just still nicks his shoulder. So 3 points, did you say?
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's I already halved it.
All right. Okay, and yeah, Reiko is running, so the figure says, "Take care of her." And the 2 warriors drop the slave woman. They whip out their scimitars, and one of them whips out a dagger. The other one just his shield, and they run at Reiko, who's running at them. They clash in with each other. The guy with the shield goes in first, swings his scimitar at Reiko, misses Reiko, ducks under the scimitar. The other one goes in, swipe with the scimitar, and stabs with a dagger. The scimitar attack will.
One question, sorry. I just realized that the meteor shower just is a bonus action, so could I use the main action for chill touch? Or was that
What's touch range?
chill touch range? 1 second. Frostbite, I mean, sorry. 60 feet.
Yeah, that. You could do that. Yeah.
So one of the warriors sees like the sand around him come alive and like grasp at him and starts to solidify and try to like keep him in place. He must do a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, that is a 7.
That is a fail. So he takes 2d6. I would say bludgeoning damage because that would make more sense when.
Fair enough.
2d6. So he takes 11 bludgeoning damage, and the next attack is at disadvantage.
Okay, so we'll say that was the second warrior. So he would hit with his scimitar attack, even though he's already pretty heavily wounded. He's still attacking, but has to reroll it. He's also lunge out with his dagger, and that dagger will actually hit. And so, Reiko, you take 4 points of piercing damage as the dagger just streaks across your shoulder and makes a small cut on your shoulder.
Okay.
The man in the robes, he will at the same time look at Sarah. He will move towards you. He will look at you, and you can see from the depths of his robe these yellowish, inhuman eyes lighting up, and he looks straight at you. You feel this wave of magic hitting you in the face. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Ay. No, thank you. Yeah, that's really bad. But I will have to do it anyway. -1. I will use my first luck point to
Oh, you
reroll.
have luck. Okay, that's good to know.
Not much better, sadly.
Okay, so you feel a wave of tiredness washing over you. Your eyes, even though you've tried to force them open, they close. You drop to your knees and fall into the sand and sleep.
I dream of
So
little butterflies.
So
Okay.
basically, at this point, I'm basically fighting the 2 guards alone.
I did some damage.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
you some, but I'm still doing the martial arts.
Okay, now we have Cyrus. You can now see this in the distance because there's torches that the guards drop that illuminate the area, so you can see what's going on there. You're still about 150 feet away from this whole thing because you're standing at the house itself.
Could I just add in like a little dialogue as Cyrus is scattering these caltrops at the door? Zerx realizes, this is a crafty warrior, and he'll lean in and say, I possess curative magics, but in the worst of times, perhaps. And he produces from a pouch on his chest, beneath his robes, a cure potion, and he just hands it to him, and he says, if the worst should happen, and then possibly they hear the commotion from these scimitar attacks and stuff going on.
Yeah.
So he's giving you one of his 2 cure potions. He has 2 from the book.
Healing potion.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, Cyrus, what would you like to do?
So I can see them off in the distance fighting.
Yeah.
And you said they're about 150 feet away?
You can now see them clashing, and you can also see Saros dropping down into the ground. You don't know what happened, but you can see him dropping down.
Okay. I'm gonna take off and dash over there. So 40 movement speed dash would give me 80 feet to get there, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you're 70 feet away from the combat, so to speak, and about 40 feet away from Zaros's form that's asleep. That meteor thing, is that a concentration, by the way?
Yes.
Yep.
Lost.
It falls to the ground around you, basically, and just
Your robe smolders.
rolls away into the grass. Okay, Zerx, your turn.
Zerx is going to use his final charge on of level 2 spells and cast Blur on himself. And then he's going to just double move, so 60 feet, and he's probably a ways behind the Barbarian, because I think he's faster.
You can't double move if you cast Blur. Or is Blur
then just take a movement as much as he can, sorry.
Okay, so you just run after the Barbarian, but not as quickly. Okay, Seraphs is asleep. Now.
Can I make some kind of wake-up check because swords are clashing around me?
No.
Good, I'm sleeping.
Night.
So the The robed figure retreats back a few steps as he sees two more figures rushing his way, and he will just shout out, "Attackers! Protect the keep! Attackers!"
God fucking damn it, stupid asshole.
Okay, that's his turn. Reiko. You have two warriors in front of you. One of them's already very heavily wounded from the sand that tried to smack him. The other one...
Right.
What do you wish to do?
I didn't hear that last part.
There's two warriors in front of you. One of them's heavily wounded. The other one's full health. And what do you want to do? There's two of them standing right in front of you.
Okay. Well, since what weapons do they have out right now?
One of them has a shield and a scimitar. The other one has a scimitar and a dagger. The one with the dagger is the one that's full health. That's the one that actually cuts you on the shoulder.
Okay. Okay. Renigo's gonna like jump back, put away her quarterstaff, and pull out her dual sword.
All right.
And then after that, she is going to charge the wounded shoulder.
All right.
All right. I guess I should roll.
Yep.
See what I get. I got a 15.
That is a hit. He raises his shield, but you're quicker and you cut into him.
Yes. Awesome.
How much damage do you deal?
Okay, and she goes after the guy the guy with the dagger.
Yep. Oh, you said you take the wounded one, didn't you?
Okay, so I'm gonna roll.
Yep.
Let me change the music real quick.
I got a 5.
5 damage. So which one did you attack? You said you go after the wounded one. 5 is
the
enough.
wounded one.
Oh, you cut into his side, and he screams out, "Ah!" and falls to his knees, and falls to the ground. Then.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
dead.
Okay. Cool.
You need your second attack, your unarmed strike against the guy with the dagger if you want.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. So, Renico, she puts away her sword and just does an unarmed strike.
All right.
I'm gonna roll.
Yep.
I got a 14.
14 is a hit. Yes, this guy does not have a shield, so he has a lower armor class.
Cool. Okay.
You kick him in the stomach.
Okay, and I got an 18.
Look, no damage.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, damage. 18 damage.
No, you got 18 damage from an unarmed attack. Now, for an unarmed attack, you roll a d4.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That would be a bit rough.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, I got it.
D4 plus your dexterity bar, I believe.
Okay, I got a 5.
Alright, 5 damage. Yeah, you kick him in the stomach, he goes, "Oof," but he's still standing. Now, the warriors, or the warrior, I should say, will swipe at you again, twice, with his scimitar and his dagger. Scimitar first.
Okay.
That is a 15. No, 14, but that will hit. Actually, you dodge, but you're not quick enough. He cuts you across the chest. He deals 7 points of swing damage as he cuts a cut across your chest. Goes in for a stab attack with dagger as well. And you take another 2 points of piercing damage as he hits you twice. Cut across the chest and a smaller cut across the arm. And he grins.
God, I'm getting my ass.
And he says, no woman will defeat me in a fight. And he just spits out blood as he says that. Okay, Cyrus.
Okay. He's getting good too.
So I'll move my full distance my full 40 feet towards them.
All right.
And how far away is the robed guy?
The rope guy is about 50 feet away from you right now, after you move 40 feet. You're now standing right next to Zaros' unconscious or sleeping or whatever form.
Wake me up. It's the end.
Okay.
Just there in the
So 50 feet away. And the other guys are a little bit of ways too?
The other guy, the warrior, is about 20 feet away from you.
Okay. I'll lean down and, give a little thump to my sorcerer buddy here. Do I need to take an action to wake him up, or is that like just a object interaction as part of my movement?
No, you need to take an action.
I'm not an option.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take an action.
Poke.
Alright. So you basically kick him with your foot a couple times, and he's got to go,
Yeah.
what happened? He opens his
Pick
eyes.
him up and stand him on his feet.
Okay, you can do that, yeah.
Those butterflies
Neck,
were
sort
so
of thing.
beautiful. Why did you wake me?
Okay, that's your turn. Zerx.
So Zerx will advance another 30 feet, and
Okay.
then he's going to. I suppose he's like more than 60 feet away still.
You are now exactly 60 feet from the warrior, and about 90 feet from.
So yeah, for now he's going to just get a real quick whip with his sling and try and connect with the temple of the closest warrior, I guess.
Okay. Well, there's only one.
So
the other warrior is dead.
But it will be a disadvantage because it's beyond the sling's normal range.
All right.
Oh, critical fumble.
And
That could have woke you up.
You hit Reiko in the back.
Okay. So want some damage?
Yeah, roll damage for Reiko. Reiko, you feel a hit as a big rock comes flying through the night air and hits you in the back. You take 4 points of damage. Friendly fire.
Oh man, come on. Shit. Alright. Alright, so, huh?
Okay, Saros, you are now awake again.
I am rubbing my ribs that have been kicked, and I'm like kind of in a moody emotion at the moment, and I will just extend my hand towards the creature and say, I am old enough to choose when I go to sleep. And I will use my main action to cast Magic Missile, and I use 1 sorcery point to cast Magic Missile as a bonus action as well. So 6 blinding glass shatter.
Yeah, darts.
Basically fly towards him out of my open sack of holding. So he cannot make any saves against this because that's
I know, just instant damage.
64 plus 6.
Yep.
22 damage, please.
22.
Nice.
Okay.
22.
And then the last one hits him in the face, and he just and falls on his back. And he's dead.
Remind me not to rouse Saros from his next slumber.
He howled?
Yeah, he did this weird, like, half bestial sound. You're not quite sure. But he's definitely, like, dead. It was weird. It nearly sounded like some sort of dog or something.
Okay.
Alright. Well, the rogue figure is out of the fight. Reiko, your turn.
Okay, okay, am I still fighting that dude?
Yep.
Sorry?
Okay. Okay, let's see, okay, let's see, she has like a few cuts here and there, she's not doing good, she's getting her ass kicked, so, okay, she claps her hands together, takes a deep breath, and, like, kind of, like, showing off, like, her ki, kind of, and then she gets into, like, a fighting position, slowly putting out her Dwai sword, and just basically like charging at him.
Okay. Are you using?
Okay.
You want to use?
I'm using my sword.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll use a key.
for an additional attack. Flurry of blows.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, that.
You take one attack
I'm
with the
gonna roll.
sword and then 2 attacks with your feet.
Okay, do I just use D20? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, sure. So roll 3 times. Roll 3 times. First.
Okay, cool.
Sword.
Alright, cool. Okay, I got 2.
That's a miss.
Good.
The warrior parries your sword with his dagger and
Okay.
just gives you the sprint.
Okay, I'm gonna roll again. I got a 6.
That also misses. He ducks under your fist as you swing at it. And the last attack.
Come on, I need a fucking good one! 15.
Yeah, that hit. Finally, after 2 misses, your last swing hits him in the face.
Nice.
Roll damage. It's 1d4 plus 2, I presume.
Should be, yeah. Because my sword is.
No, it's your fist.
It's
not
melee.
your sword miss.
Oh, okay. Then it's my unarmed strike.
Unarmed strike, yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's because my attack bonus is a +3.
What you should do is you roll a d4 and you add your damage, which could be, I don't know,
Okay.
it's basically your dexterity modifier, which is a +2, I believe you said.
Okay.
So it's 1d4 plus 2.
What's your strength
Okay.
modifier?
My strength modifier is 13.
No,
Oh,
so it's
plus 1. Yeah. So,
plus
yeah,
two
yeah.
highest.
Yes, +1.
yeah. So 1d4 plus 2 damage to the warrior.
Okay, so do I roll a d4?
Yeah.
Okay. I got. God damn it! I got a fucking 1.
So that's 3 damage.
Christ.
Yeah, you hit him in the
Okay.
side of the face, but it's not a very strong attack. He just shakes it off.
Damn it.
You
God,
shake
I
it
knew
off.
it.
Okay. The warrior will take two other attacks against Reiko. First attack is a sword attack, which hits again. You take another 3 points of slashing damage from the scimitar. And the dagger attack also hits. This guy seems to be a pretty good warrior. And deals
No
another
kidding.
4 points of piercing damage as he cuts you and stabs you.
I'm not, dude. I need some backup now before I'm gonna get my ass.
Grinning widely. Now you can hear behind you shouts of screams of pain as warriors pour out of the house behind you and step on the caltrop and they're like, ah, shit, what the, ah, and, like as the caltrops pierce their feet.
How far is that? One question.
The house is about, let me measure that real quick, it's about 200 feet away from you.
Okay. Just
Yeah, I love caltrops.
So they'll take a while to get to you, especially with the caltrop.
Yeah.
Cyrus.
I'm gonna go charge up and hack apart that guard.
Okay.
I'm not gonna rage, but I'm gonna attack recklessly.
All right. So you just run in full force,
Yeah.
swinging.
So that's
That is a hit.
And that's a hit.
All right.
And 17.
I then think you'll need 3 attacks. Yeah, that's also a hit.
Okay. So 3d8 8. 27 damage.
Yeah, you just run up and slice him to pieces.
Okay. Cut him in half. Knock his head
Yeah,
off.
pretty much. You arrive at Reiko's side and just like cut through him, like 2 diagonal cuts across his chest that cut nearly through a whole body, and he just falls
And then I
without even a scream of pain or anything. He just instantly dead.
look at Raiko. Are you okay?
She just panting. She's like, yeah, just.
Can I hand her
Second.
my healing potion? that that Zerx gave me?
Certainly.
Okay.
Renigo actually has a herb kick, but you know she's kind of like not thinking straight because she's like just in pain. She's hurting bad.
Yeah, but a healing potion is quicker. Like
Right,
goes
right.
instant.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we are still in combat.
Okay.
Which means that you can now hear a loud voice shouting out from the house. You fools! What are you doing? Attack them! Kill the intruders!
So Xerxes is probably the closest because he was trailing behind everybody. When the closest of the mob is within 40 feet, roughly, of Xerxes, he's going to cast Wind Wall.
You have another, at least 2 turns before that happens, actually.
Okay, but that's all he's waiting for, is because he doesn't want to be run afoul by these.
Does anyone want to do any preparation? Because you can see now 7 figures coming your way, 6 warriors, and a tall figure of Abdul Al-Jarai. They're all, like, some of them have shields, the other ones have like daggers, and they're all wielding scimitars. And
I'm gonna head back to Zerx. Get
3 of the 6 warriors are limping.
Okay, so I'm gonna head towards Zerx and kind of like position myself like a step ahead of him, a little bit off to the side, so he can still see to cast his spell, you know, but not like, you know, they're gonna get to me first.
And Xerx, seeing that you're preparing for war or fight, he's going to say, "Give me but 40 feet, brother." Sorry, he'll say a different voice. "Give me 40 feet, brother."
Okay, as they are about 60 feet or so away from you, they stop.
Could I cast Mel's Meteors at the moment again?
Sure. So you the meteors start swirling around you.
Yes.
And as they are about 60 feet away from you, they stop. And Al-Jarai, who's standing behind his men, shouts out, "Who are you? What is your business with us? Have you come into this oasis? Brinja is our territory."
One question. How are they positioned? How is their composition?
6 of them in one line, facing towards you, and Abdul Al-Jarai in the second row, basically.
I can't. Xerx can't waste the opportunity. He must loose the spell 60 feet away along that line then, and not answering the call.
Okay, so you just Cyrus is first. Do you want to speak?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna step forward and just, you know, like kind of move towards them, and you know, I'm gonna holler out, "I come to avenge my brothers. Dead at your hand."
What? Who are you? Have you come to challenge me, the mighty Abdul Al-Jarai, deadliest sword in all the desert?
I'm here to rip your head off.
Okay, Xerx. What do you want to do?
So Al-Jarai will be free of this because I'm just going to hit the line of men in front of him with this wind wall. And so it's 50 feet long, and I'll just center it on the middle guys.
Okay.
Blast out. So it's strength checks, and then 3d8.
Okay, wow. What's the DC?
DC is, it's not that high, it's only 12.
Okay, so first one fails, the second or third one succeeds, the fourth one succeeds, fifth one fails, and the sixth one, did you say 12?
Yes.
Okay, so 2 fail, 4 succeed.
All right. So
are they knocked prone or anything if they fail?
it's half damage on a successful one.
Okay, oof. So 2 of them are just whipped up into the air and smashed back down onto the ground and just all their bones broken and shattered. 3 of them are instantly dead.
And missiles can't pass through it either.
So it just stays there, basically.
Yeah, for 1 minute concentration.
Okay, so there's only 4 of them now left. 2 of those, one with a dagger and one with a shield, look really heavily injured. And there's 2 more with daggers and scimitars that look sort of injured, but not heavily. Let's put it that way. Okay, as this wind wall just streaks through them and throws them to the ground and up in the sky and just them. Now we have Zaros.
Where is it?
Sadoff lets loose of 2 of his nice little orbs and targets the 2 weaker elements of the gang.
As the orbs fly forward, they are grabbed by the wind, whipped around, and just flung off.
No, like they're. I choose a point, and the point is directly in front of the wind wall, so they explode and affect people within.
How wide is the wind wall, though?
50 feet wide. 50. 50. 50. 50 feet.
Yeah, but how thick is it?
Yeah, but how thick
it's only 1 foot thick.
So I can.
Oh! Alright, okay, I thought it was like 10 feet or something.
No.
Alright, okay, then you can do that. So you fling it at 2 of the same one or 2 different ones?
I will try to hit the most people with them. Like they are 5-foot bubbles, so probably.
You won't be able to hit them. They're about 10 feet apart, each of them. Like they're spread out a little, so you won't be able to hit more than 1 at once.
Okay, I target to the 2 weaker ones.
All right.
Dexterity saving throw.
And that deals damage either way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're both dead. You don't even have to roll. They only have two health left each. So they both instantly die as the meteors explode in front of them, and they like are peppered with glass shards.
And I look at our dear slave herder captain and say, "You will make a very nice sand sculpture," and cast cast the chill touch.
What's the range of chill touch?
Frostbite, yes. It's 60.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
So Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, you have to step forward to get in range, but that's not a problem. Like you have to step 10 feet forward. Okay.
Yeah. So it would be a Constitution saving throw for.
Okay. That is a 10.
A 10 is sadly not enough. He will have disadvantage on the next melee attack he does, and he takes 2d6 like just bludgeoning damage. 11.
Right. Roll me roll. 11. All right.
So whose turn is it?
It is now Reiko's turn.
Yeah, and okay, and there's like basically a mob of like soldiers and stuff like that.
Well, there's now 2 left. There was 6 of them, 4 of them died. So there's two warriors, kind of like the one that you fought before, like with scimitars and daggers, standing about 60 feet away from you.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to put away my sword and take out my quarterstaff, since it's a large number, and Renego, she makes like do you know like that where like the ninjas where they put like their 2 fingers up? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Okay. She does that and she activates her key, and I believe it is give me a second. She is going to activate one of her key. It is a step of wind.
All right, so you can move faster.
Yeah. She's gonna do that and charge one of the shoulders guards, whatever.
All right. So you just concentrate for a second, then run forward fast as the wind, appear in front of him with your quarterstaff out, and swing at him.
Right.
Okay. Roll a damage
Okay,
with your quarterstaff.
Okay. I got a 6, and
Right.
God damn it, I got a 5. Fuck.
Okay, so you swing. Even though he's a bit surprised by your speed, he manages to dodge out of the way of both of them.
Even though I freaking used my step of wind. Ah, Jesus.
Both warriors will close in on you and just unleash a flurry of blows, of blade attacks against you.
Well, can I like dodge them? Let's see.
Okay.
Can I?
Well, you're trying to dodge them. That's what your armor class is, really.
Right, but I'm wondering if I could also use, since you're doing that, can I use Painted Defense? Can I do that or no?
No, that will be a bonus action which you don't have left after you use your.
Dang it.
Okay, so you dodge one scimitar attack. The second one hits you. That will be 5 points of slashing damage. You dodge one dagger attack, but the second one hits you again, and that is 3 points of damage. So you take 7. I think I said 7 or 8. I don't know. 8. Yeah, 5 plus 3. It's 8. So you take 8 points of damage.
So how much AC do I have?
14. But that they break through you for your armor class. Okay, Cyrus.
Okay, I am gonna charge in and attack. Can I make my way around to get to Abdul?
We can. You won't be able to reach him in one turn, but you can start running around. Yes.
Oh.
No, not the Rin wall. I can just run through that.
Yeah, there's no more damage from it now. It's only when it's cast.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
no,
it's
so
small
let me just
creatures.
go around the guards. Like the 2 guards that are left. Can I get around those guys?
Abdul is about 70 feet away from you, though. So you won't be able to turn, but you can run up to him if you want.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to run up to the guards. Can I run up to the guards and attack?
They're 60 feet
I moved forward. I thought they were 60 feet away before I moved forward last turn.
Forward, Reiko moved in with them. With Step of Wind.
Oh, okay. Alright, yeah, I'll just charge into, what's his name, and rage. Just attack. Get to Abdul, yeah, and just kind of pull out my swords, go in, start raging, and give her a go. Wait for next turn and attack.
As you run up to him, he just gives like a little bit of a lazy smile and whips out 2 scimitars. Oh, sorry, no, like a dagger and a scimitar. And he just says, "You dare to face me? Live to rue the day that you met me." Now, Abdul's turn, actually. He will jump up towards you as you run towards him, and he will swipe twice with his scimitar, and then stab you with the dagger.
First scimitar attack is at disadvantage, thanks to my
That's right.
cantrip.
Reminding me, that would have been a hit, but is a miss instead.
Nice.
Second scimitar attack is a miss as well.
Okay.
And the dagger attack is a miss as well. He swipes, but he managed to duck and parry all of that. And he like raises an eyebrow, a bit surprised.
Damn.
Zerx.
Forgive me, I was just looking it up. Is Cure Wounds regular action?
Yes.
Okay, so if... Oh, but I bet Reika is out of range. If he can make it to Reika, that's what he'd do, is cast.
Reiko is 60 feet away from you.
Okay, so yeah, he'll just move up a bit, I guess. Yeah, he'll move up his regular movement and draw both blades. So that's all he's going to do for now.
Okay. Zaros.
Zaros is slowly strolling closer, and so one clarifying question. The monk is currently attacked by 2 people who are standing in front of her.
Yes.
So could I send a meteor directly behind them so they're hit on the back, but she's unharmed?
Well, that's a good question. Depends on the line of the meteor. But I'd say, yeah, sure, why not?
The meteor, I can choose a point, and the meteor goes to the point.
I hope it's not supernova.
It explodes there. So,
well, the thing, does it go directly
no, it's
towards
just
the
like,
point, or can you...
Yeah,
let's say you can. Let's say you can like do like indirect fire, basically, like
mortar fire.
Yeah. So you shoot.
Dexterity saving throws, please.
They both succeed, actually.
Anyway, they still take damage.
Yep.
So 1d6. They take 4 damage.
And that kills both of them, exactly.
Yay!
They just both...
Quadra kill.
Yeah, explosion behind them, and they just both are sort of flung into Reiko, who just shakes them off, like with his quarterstaff, just pushes them back, and they both fall to the ground.
Okay. And I say, I look again to Abdul and say, "You're not a statue yet. Let me fix that for you." And cast Chill Touch again.
Okay.
Frostbite. Constitution saving throw.
That is a 12.
At 12, it's too low. 2d6. He takes, minimum damage too.
Okay.
As like the sand crouches ever so slightly further up his feet and crosses like some parts of his like ankles and stuff, and so he's very sluggish now. So next attack at disadvantage.
All right. Reiko,
Yes.
your two opponents have just been obliterated by a meteor hitting them in the back. So the only one that's left is the enemy leader, the notorious outlaw.
Okay.
He's in front of you.
I still have my step. Okay. I jump in the air. Since I have my step of wind, I can jump more high. And I'm gonna put away my quarters. I'm gonna put away my quarterstaff and pull out my sword and just like lunge at him, like just full on burst.
Okay, you jump in.
So. Okay, I'm going to roll.
Oh, Wolf Totem, yes, you have a attack.
Haha, finally.
Okay, I got 13.
So you can roll again if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I got a 5.
Okay, so the 13 is not enough. Abdullah Al-Jarai rolls around like a dancer, and your blade goes wide. And cuts air.
Damn it!
And you can do an unarmed attack as well. Also,
No, I'm not gonna risk that again because last time I did that, I got my ass kicked. And this is the leader now, so I gotta be careful.
All right.
I think you can make not a key attack, but like just a regular bonus attack, can't you?
Yeah, there's no danger to that, really.
Oh, okay, then...
And you're rolling an advantage, so...
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. So I get my 4D, right?
Yeah. On the other hand, you could theoretically use a key point to dodge as a bonus action if you want.
Okay.
Just putting it out there if you're interested.
Right. Okay, let's see what I roll. I got a 5.
That's a miss.
At advantage?
Oh yeah, advantage. So we roll.
Okay, let me get my... There you are, okay. What's with me today with rolls? I got a freaking 2!
Okay, you're not quick enough to hit Abdullah Al-Jarai. You just one side jumping to the other side, and all your attacks are just cutting through the air.
Son of a... Man,
Alright, Cyrus.
Cyrus is gonna fuck this guy up.
You have
I
a
am going to town.
What the fuck?
So.
What the fuck?
Okay, so that's 22,
What? Oh, that's with the
25, 24, right?
Yeah, that's a hit. That's 3 hits. He can't do anything to stop that.
3,
That was massive.
8
Is that reckless attack, by the way? What you're using?
So it's plus.
Is that reckless attack that you're using?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
it's true.
So and then because it's rage, I get to add plus 2, so that's plus 3d8 plus 14 for 28 damage.
All right. Yeah, as you smash into him 3 times with your scimitars, cut into his flesh, blood runs out. He bites his teeth together, and for the first time, you can see like this arrogance. He looks around and realizes all his men are dead. but he will continue to fight on now that you're open wide. He will slash at you with his skinny.
Smashy, smashy.
So the first attack is not with advantage and not with disadvantage because they cancel each other out, and that will be a miss actually, just barely, but still a miss.
Nice.
The second
Chill
scimitar
touch.
attack is with advantage is a hit, and the dagger attack with advantage is also a hit. So you take one of his scimitar strikes, which deals 9 points of damage to you.
Okay.
And the dagger attack deals 7 points of damage. 6 points of damage, sorry.
6 points of damage? Okay. So that's 4 and 7. Okay.
15 in total, but you're raging, so you take half.
Yeah, so it's 7 points of damage.
He looks at you and you see like he expected more.
Yeah. Well, because it's unarmored defense, like he's technically still hitting me. I'm just ignoring it completely.
Yeah, basically, pretty much. Okay. That was Abdul. Not as successful as he would have thought. Zerx.
So Xerx is going to see like a line sort of forming around, encircling this guy of the two, the monk anyways, and the warrior. And he's going to approach from behind. And will he be close enough to get some cure wounds on Raiko yet?
Yeah, you should be.
So he's going to sheathe his swords, and his AC will be 14 until he pulls them back out. But yeah, and then he'll cast cure wounds. So
Okay.
D8.
Is level 1?
Yeah, level 1.
Okay, 1d8 plus whatever. So 9. So Reiko, you regenerate 9 hit points.
Awesome.
Zerx, because of your droid's magic, who touches you on the back and you can feel his power surging through your body, causing you wounds. Daryl.
And that's all Xerx is doing.
Saros, just like casually, is working himself towards the battle, and he yells out, "Hey, big guy, please look behind you!" And he throws another meteor behind him, which explodes.
You won't be able to do that this time because there's 3 people now around Abdul, basically.
No, just 2 people, and one person is behind the other 2 people.
Yeah, but the two people are sort of on each of his sides.
I thought they were like from front.
No, that's not how it works. They would try to flank him if they can, basically.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't
I'm
have
okay.
enough space.
I have advantage on dexterity saving throws, so
Well, I guess
So, okay, I'm going to hit
the monk might feel differently.
the barbarian and the big dude.
All right. Yeah, you don't care. You just chuck it in between Cyrus and Abdul. So they both roll a dexterity saving throw, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Abdul has a 17.
Yeah, it is success.
All right. And
Got an 18
Cyrus,
and
better.
20.
So both.
So they take 3 fire damage,
Okay.
and as like this ice glass just bursts and hits both of them, part of them starts reforming around Abdul and further encasing him for another chill touch.
Okay.
Frostbite, sorry.
Yeah.
Constitution saving throw.
That is a 17 this time.
So just another d6 bludgeoning. So 5 more damage.
Okay. Yeah, he's slowly but surely being forced to these. Reiko.
Yes.
Actually, I wanted to rescind. I'm actually walking away from the whole debacle and looking after the girl while keeping in range with my meteor.
As you look around, the girl is nowhere to be seen.
God damn it. Okay.
Cyrus.
What about Raiko?
Oh, sorry, Raiko. Yeah, right, Raiko. Sorry, yeah, I said Raiko.
Yeah. Okay, so what does the leader have? Like, what does he? His weapons.
Guitar and the dagger. It's like the scimitar in his right hand and the dagger in his offhand.
Okay. I don't think I have my step of win anymore, do I?
You can just strike at him with your sword and your fist.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay,
Remember to
and you
roll
have
2d20.
up to all attacks. So you just roll twice and take the higher one.
Okay, so what do I need? Do I need my D4 and D20?
No, the D20, just the D20. Just roll the D20 twice and take the higher roll.
Okay. I got it. Oh, I got 12.
Is that a 12 rolled or a 12 total? Like, do you add your attack modifier?
It's just a 12 roll.
Yeah, so you have to add your attack modifier, which is probably like plus 4, I believe.
4 plus 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 12 roll plus 4 is a 16, which is a hit. But Abdul will use his parry ability as he raises his scimitar and parries your sword with his own. But you can still attack him with your fist as a second
Okay, so
attack.
do I get my? Okay, so do I get my D4 out?
So you now first you need to hit and then you use the D4 if you hit. The D4 is the damage.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
hit twice and take the fire roll, whatever it is.
Okay. I got a 15.
A 15 is a hit. He cannot use his parry action more than once, so that's a hit. So now you roll.
Go ahead. Okay. 2.
Okay, so that's 4 points of damage. Yeah, you sort of kick him against one of his legs. He stumbles a little, but still remains standing. Now, Cyrus.
Okay. Time to finish this fucker off. Okay.
Kidding.
Making more reckless attacks.
Yeah, he's looking around now. You can see he's looking for a way out as he's just being attacked by too many people.
Okay. So, 11. Okay.
Ducks under your first swing.
And, okay, so the second one hits.
That's a hit, yeah, definitely.
And then a 15.
Yeah, hits. Zamatos 15.
Okay, so it's my offhand attack is hitting.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be 2, 8 plus what?
Probably, I think.
6 and 2, 8. So for 15 damage.
He remains standing with 1 fucking hit point.
Oh!
Like you cut his side.
Spit on him.
You nearly spill his guts open, but he's holding them like closed with 1 hand.
Why won't this fucker die?
You will use disengage, and he will get the fuck out of there. As he is running
You're
towards
crashing.
him.
Can Ronnie go like chase after him because she wants to get this fucker?
Yeah, you can, but it's not your turn right now. Zerx.
Zerx drops both scimitars to the ground and produces his sling again. And he's going to, he's going to fell this beast if he can.
Alright.
How far is he away?
He's about 30 feet away.
Cool. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's 21 to hit.
That's a hit. You hit him in the back of the head.
Well, so he's down. I don't have to roll.
Dead, yeah. You have described the killing blow.
And just as he's reaching like the peak of his charge, he checks over his shoulder, and I replace his eyeball with a bullet.
Okay. So he looks down, and it's like a stone in the eye, and he just and falls.
True. One question.
Like sort of just moving around spasmically for a couple seconds, and then he stops moving.
Oh.
And I walk up to our barbarian, and I put a hand on his shoulder, and I say, "That was for your friends, brother."
Thank you. And I walk over to his body, and I cut his head off. And I hold it up, and I say, "This is for my friends, too."
I would like to make a perception roll to see the girl, where the girl went.
Okay.
Or is it investigation because I'm checking her about
That would be perception. Unless you want to look for tracks, then that would be survival.
I would. Both are bad anyway.
Zerx will collect his scimitars, but he will walk over to Saros, and he himself will look for tracks.
Okay, so you have no idea. Zyros is like, no idea where she went. She must have jumped into the water or something. And,
I got 21 on.
You find a shallow trail that goes west, sort of towards the dunes of the desert. Looks like the woman just ran off in a panic, basically.
So yeah, I could probably tell that it's probably just a woman, like she wasn't dragged off or something like that.
No, it was just
probably.
her. It's just her.
Zerx, did you think that this girl was some kind of sorceress? That she just teleported away? I can't find her. I can't see anything. She seemed
I can't find anything to saying that she isn't, but it does appear that she may have wandered off into the dunes. But
such a mistress in distress could get lost or something. We have to take care of this. We are the heroes of this downtrodden folk.
I think first some of us must close our wounds.
He looks down on himself. His coat is pristine. Everything looks nice on him. I think I'm going to look for it.
Now that we've found the tracks, I'm proficient in survival. Could I just follow them to run after her and get her?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you follow the tracks.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like sprint after her.
Okay, you follow the tracks for a couple minutes, and you actually, while you're following the tracks, actually, you can see a guy that was at one of the watchtowers to your right, just running away. You can just see him running away from you.
What kind of guy is he?
Okay.
You're not sure. You just see like a silhouette.
Ready wall of wind. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
And you find the girl after about 10 minutes or so. She's crouched in between a few rocks at the edge of the oasis, and she's just hiding there, like in between two large rocks in like a small crevasse, sort of.
So as he ran, he's probably the only one there.
I'm not the nicest person in the world, so I'm just gonna tell her, "You're safe now," and I'm gonna pick her up and throw her over my shoulder and walk and run back with her.
Yeah, she just goes, and then goes as you're pulling her back, and you can just see her.
Stop screaming! You're fine.
It's actually not screaming. Mumbling. You can hear her voice as you're like at your back. She's just, "Oh, please don't bring me back to the keep. Please, I don't want to die. Please."
Do I see them?
Up to the keep. Yeah, you can see them like carrying her over the shoulder, basically.
I approach and say, "Oh, please set her down. She's in such fear, and this will only make it worse. Please, show her some respect."
I'm gonna hold her out and put her in Saras's arms.
Okay, I will try to like just settle down her on the floor.
What's your strength?
No, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to put her down on.
Yeah, so you put her down really quickly, basically.
Yeah.
And
to try to comfort her.
And says, are you slavers?
We are not slavers. We are the sun that finally rises in this dark land. We will save you and all of the others. We will end whatever is in the keep. You will not have to go there.
They are in the slave pit. They're guarding them.
The guards are dead. Jakar is dead.
She looks around and sees like the scattered dead bodies, and she's like, "Kill them all. That's great."
I like let one of the meteors spiral around and like land on my finger, and I say, "Well, they could not withstand the brilliant mind of mine and the brawn of some of my companions."
Thank you.
And Zerx kneels down.
The key. The master wanted me. I saw what happened to the other slaves that the master wanted. I did not want the same to happen to me. I did not want to end like that.
Such beauty should not be wasted on such a villain. You will return to your people, who are currently, I think, hiding in the fields, and you will be safe. We will return, and gave you safe passage after we killed the master.
Yes, I will go to find the others. You said in the fields, yes?
Yes.
And Zerx will, he's kneeling down to his backpack and he produces a few pounds of sun-dried dates all wrapped up. And he gives them to her and he says, "Find your people in the fields and you will live a life of liberty from here on."
She nods and takes like a handful of dates, just puts it in her mouth. Although you do see that she surprisingly doesn't seem to be that badly fed. She doesn't seem like malnourished or anything. Anyway, but she takes a few dates in her mouth and then just nods and sort of gives you a thankful look and then runs off.
Before she runs off, I give her a kiss on the hand and say farewell and live a happy life if we meet again.
Renigo, she goes up to what's your wizard's the old man's name who kissed
Naros.
Okay, Cross. She walks across and says like, "Why didn't you kiss my hand? Why did you have to kiss her?"
It was a sign of farewell, my dear.
Sure. You say that all to the women, don't you?
No, I only say that to the poor distressed who have been recently rescued.
Cyrus is going to tell them to get a room and start heading towards the keep.
We can do that afterwards, I say. And he winks at
You're not far from the keep. You're only about maybe 50 yards or so from the bridge.
Okay, then.
What you do see is that Sauros actually, like in his flesh, embedded are like some like golden scales, and his pupils are actually also gold in nature, as his hood has fallen down during the heavy fighting.
Okay. So you want to approach the keep, the bridge then?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that.
We'll head to the
We'll have
bridge.
a 2-minute break. So everyone can go to the bathroom and get some water and stuff, and we'll maybe 3 minutes, and we'll see you soon.
Mm-hmm.
Whose turn is it? Okay.
Where are my events?
That one keeps getting screwed up, man. It keeps getting effed up bad. Damn you, bad rolls!
It's because you're running in.
Well, the thing is, I mean, like, my monk is passionate and wants to, like, get these slaves at her and beat the bad guy, but, like, I'm using my key, I'm using the quarterstaff, my Dow sword and shit, like, you know.
Yeah.
Gosh, he's getting fucked up. Oh, man.
We should perhaps take a short rest before we head to the keep and like heal up with our hit dice.
Yeah, I probably should.
Like I don't need it, but
Hey, how do you change your Saros? You've got your Roll20 avatar here. How do you change that?
What?
Your Roll20 avatar.
Mm-hmm.
I know you got your camera on for Google Hangouts, but how do you put a picture in there? Because I know I did this. Like I got my own picture in there, but I want to put a picture of my character in there. Is that something I've got to do?
You have
on
to
the
actually
website, or can I do
log
it?
into Roll20, I think.
Okay. Alright, I think I can do that quickly while we're doing this.
Yeah. Actually, point. No, that's the picture is there. I think the DM might have to give you then some kind of sheet.
Change image. Use a file.
I'm just wondering, can monks like I guess like in a sense can they like parkour since you know?
Yeah, sure. If you have acrobatics.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, sure. Then go crazy with that.
Yeah, I would say you're probably pretty good to go with.
I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Oh, Saros just had to take a little quick break.
Downloads. There we go.
Our party is disappearing from the darkness.
Okay.
Okay.
Back.
Alright, everyone ready?
Yes.
Yep.
And so, if before we advance on the temple or the keep, if I may, I reskinned Goodberry to be Good Egg, and for desert birds. And so, Xerx will hold out his hand and wave his other one over it, and as it obscures the view of his party, in particular Reiko, you would see as the view returns, there's a small little nest in his hand, and there's 10 eggs. And he says, "Please, Reiko, for your health, eat these. And
Okay.
if you do, you'll get 10 hit points back. It's just good berry."
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then just take one each one.
Berry is like a big meal. So you can't eat, you can eat maybe one at a
Okay.
time.
Okay.
It's just not like physically, it's not possible to eat more than one or maybe two at the most good berries because they just fill you up too much.
Okay, then
Alright.
he'll urge her to take one then, and he'll put the rest
Okay.
in his chest pouch where everybody can see.
Can I have one?
Absolutely. And yes.
I like.
Well, actually,
I like
he'll give you
eggs.
3. He'll give you 3. Cyrus.
I'll eat one, get my hit point back.
Okay? You want to
I'll
have a
take
short
one, I'll eat.
You want to have a
I'll
short
take
rest
one,
before you step onto the bridge?
Yeah. While we take the short rest, I would like to perform with my out to improve the morale of the troop, so to say.
Okay.
Okay.
Could I make a Constitution saving throw to see if my big barbarian could eat 2 meals?
Yeah, I would give you two. I would tell you that you can 10 is not really that great. It's not terrible, but it's like a very...
I use my luck point for that.
Okay.
Since we're all taking a short break, Reiko, she basically sits down and just meditates for a short while so that we can build up her ki.
Yeah, you get all your key points back, and you also get back as many hit points as you'd like. So you're level 4, so you can roll 4d8. And Ed, what's your constitution?
Let me check.
And I think I'll get 2 spell points back, or spell slots.
Oh, because yeah,
So
of course.
ran
Yeah,
through
you
it.
have the recovery thing.
My constitution is 11.
So you have +0. So you get 4d8. 4d8. So you just roll 4d8, add them together, and that's how many hit points you get back.
Okay, let me find my D8.
Alright, I'm
Found
fine.
it. Okay. Okay. So, okay, I roll a 5.
With 4d8.
Okay, so do I roll again?
Yeah, you roll 4 times. So 5,
5? Okay. All right.
4 times. You
1,
roll how much?
3.
Okay. Just add all that together.
3, and my final one is 2.
Okay, so whatever that was, all together, that's how much health you regenerate.
All right, cool.
I'll also regenerate to full health.
Oh, that's how it works.
I figured out how to do it.
Yeah, keep higher, that's right. Keep higher 1, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you take a short rest, about an hour or so in front of the keep. While you do this, and as you're looking towards the keep, you can see the bridge leading towards that small island that the keep is on is old. It has definitely seen better days. It's made of sandstone mostly, but it has seen recent repairs. You can see new stone that's been added to it, and it looks like it's now fairly sturdy. The keep itself looks ancient. Looks as if no one's lived in there for at least a generation or two. At the same time, you catch a whiff of a weird smell, a weird mixture of plant life and nearly smells like perfume. It's like this not unpleasant as such, but like a heavily sweet smell that seems to be coming from the direction of the keep.
During the rest, I expend my last sorcery points to regain a 3rd level slot.
Excellent.
And breathing in this sweet smell, Xerx will dust off his sandy robe as he stands up from his rest, and he looks to his rejuvenated party, and he steps forward to inspect the bridge even closer.
Okay.
Like walking right up to it.
Okay.
Unless we're already on it.
No, you're not on it yet. The bridge looks good enough. Like you should be able to walk over it. It should be easily be able to carry a small group, maybe not 20 riders or so, but at least 4, 5, or 6 people easily.
I should be happy to follow your lead, Cyrus.
Alright. So Cyrus is going to head up and start walking across the bridge.
Right.
But the keep... my brain keeps going to like a medieval castle, but I'm assuming this is more like Persian kind of
Yeah.
I mean more sandstone, right?
Exactly. That's the key. Yes.
Gate?
Not a castle. There is a gate. The gate open. There is no gate opening, but there's no gate as such. The gate is missing, and you can see there's 2 towers, rather tall towers. One of them has, however, crumbled, so you can see the top has sort of fallen off. So it's only about 3/4 as high as the other one. The other one, however, looks perfectly fine. It's just rising high up, and it has this little domed roof.
Okay.
As we approach to the to this keep, I would like to start mumbling under my breath, doing several complicated hand gestures, and cast detect magic as a ritual.
All right. So you enter. So you stop at the gate, look inside, and you can see the inner courtyard of the keep is a garden. It's surprising. It's a lush garden. There's trees and ferns and bushes, and there's plants. There's flowers. Even in the twilight of the night, they shine purple and orange, yellow. It's beautiful, and there's small fountains that spring up from the earth, just distributing what looks probably to be like lake water all around this garden. And there is an entrance into like a main building on the other side of the garden. And the smell again hits you. It's this weird, now even stronger, this weird like perfumey, strong smell of flowers. However, as Zaros, you who have activated detect magic, you can sense that all this that you see, that's all magical. All of that has an aura of a fairly strong magic coming from it, from every plant, from every little spring, from everything.
Does it seem to be any kind of like, is it just illusion magic, or is there other magic mixed within it?
It seems to be overwhelming with illusion magic. There is something else in the air itself, some other kind of magic that you can't quite discern what it is, but the most part is just illusion magic.
I will use the gust cantrip to try to dissolve these illusions, to just sweep the courtyard.
Okay, so you stand by the wind at the plans, and you can see where the wind gushes through, like a Fata Morgana. The images of the plants and the little springs and all that just here. like a weird dream. And within half a minute or so, as the wind dances and gusts around the courtyard is empty. It's like an old, crumbling ruin of a courtyard.
Beginner's work.
Cyrus is going to be rather disturbed by this. He's kind of looking around, trying to figure it out like he's on edge. What did you do? Did you break it?
I look at him and you see like now the eyes of Saros have currently been like they're glowing golden the whole. There are no pupils, nothing, only this golden glow. And he winks at you and says, this was merely some pupil's work of illusionary magic that I dispersed so that we won't be distracted by it.
No doubt.
As you say that, you hear this deep rumbling sound coming from the darkness.
Someone else didn't like the flowers either.
No doubt this will be a keep rife with trickery.
Yes.
Okay.
Reniko, she has like her arm. I mean, not arm. Her hand on the handle of her sword.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, Reniko, she has her hand on her sword handle, just looking around and just saying to the group, like, we need to be careful. This could be dangerous.
And I look at the monk and say like, see, these flowers tried to be beautiful, but they faded away when you came.
Now you're just trying to get on my butt, aren't you?
Just joking.
And Zerx is going to like inquisitively check the sides of the wall, like onward. Is there easy access to skirt around this keep, or and then short of that, is the gate easily climbed to any avail at the top?
There is, from what you can see, there's just one access. There's a few small windows on the top, but you have to climb up to get there. There's just one central gate, and that one stands open.
Okay, well, there's one central gate.
Yeah.
Okay.
That leads into the keep proper.
I'm gonna walk in.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you cross the crumbling courtyard, bereft of illusions and beauty, and step inside. And you can see in front of you is a small room that seems decorated with a few vases and a few rugs that seem quite pretty and very new. And there is a hallway that seems to be leading onward and then opening up into what looks like a large hall ahead. There's light coming from there, warm golden light of lamps, oil lamps. And is anyone else following him across the court? Okay.
Yeah, Zerx would not have let the barbarian, the warrior of the wilds, get more than 15 feet away. He'd be following.
I would have gestured for the monk to follow first, and then took the rear end, so to say.
Okay, so whoever crosses the courtyard, give me a constitution save. So basically all of it.
Actually, I'm good at constitution saves.
The 4.
11.
Alright.
25.
Wow.
Holy smokes.
And
Okay, right. I thought. Wait. So are we all rolling for Constitution?
yes, just roll a d20 and add your constitution modifier. And I don't think,
Okay.
I'm not sure if monks are proficient in it. I think they might be actually.
No,
Okay.
it's dexterity and strength.
Okay, so just 1d20 plus your constitution modifier.
Okay. So just roll D20.
Yep.
Okay. So make sure. Ooh, 18. Nice.
Okay. So, Saros and Rico, you succeed. Cyrus and Xerx, you fail. Both Cyrus and Xerx, you smell this smell again, really strong, even stronger, and you feel a bit overwhelmed, and you can feel a little bit of a dizzy feeling that runs through your head for a bit, and leaves you a little bit weird, slightly shaken. You don't sense any immediate effects. There is sort of went through you. You feel a bit weird, off, so to speak.
Do I see anything with my magic sight?
Yeah, you see this magic that you saw in the air just running through all your bodies, but you can see that Xerx and Cyrus seem to have not resisted as well as you did and as well as Reiko did.
So Xerx is his step will waver for a moment as he collects himself, and he'll make note aloud. Something seems to have garnered my attention, and it's hard to concentrate, hard to focus. Something is amidst, but I know not what.
Which school of magic would this source be?
That would be what we call the compulsion magic thing.
Oh,
Enchantment.
enchantment. Oh crap. Well, I just grab the shoulder of the monk and say, "Stay back, my dear. Our two fellows, I think, breathed something they shouldn't have. They are enchanted by some kind of magic spell."
Xerx, he's been the subject of many maladies and illnesses in the past. He knows not if this will work, but he will he'll cross his arms over his own chest and cast Lesser Restoration on himself.
That actually gets rid of it, yes.
Can I make an Arcana check against this?
As you cast Lesser Restoration onto yourself, the healing and restoring energy powers of the desert sweep through you and blow away whatever that effect was.
And he has one final charge of level 2, and he'll look to his party and he'll say, "Was anybody else vexed by that passing feeling? Perhaps I could aid."
I point at the barbarian.
Cyrus is going to kind of look at everyone and be like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
And without even letting a beat step, Xerx rubs his hands together and slaps the barbarian on his chest and casts Lesser Restoration.
Okay, and you also feel that weird going away.
Let's move in. And not remain in this toxic cloud.
Much thanks, my friend. Shall we deal with whatever this darkness is and be gone? I don't want to spend much more time here dealing with that.
I am ready to quench the darkness.
Quench it.
Okay.
Do it.
So you step inside, and you can see, as I said, in front of you lies a small room, and in that room are a few very nice, surprisingly nice-looking pieces of furniture, like dark wood that does not seem natural to the desert at all. And on this furniture are a few small objects of art made of bronze and silver. And on the floor is a thick, rich, yellowish purple rug. And in front of you is a large hallway that seems to be leading about 30 feet ahead and then opening up in a large room that seems to be heavily lit, brightly lit by oil lamps.
And all of this is have no magical auras.
No, these are actually not illusions. There's a few illusions here and there, and you can see illusions that seem to be like giving the walls a more complete and clean appearance, basically disguising the bad state of the interior of the walls itself. But all those little pieces of objects, the rug, the furniture, and all that are not illusions.
Good.
What would you like to do?
Is that it for the room? Is there a door that leads anywhere else?
There's a hallway. That's it. There's no other door. It's just that one hallway leading ahead.
Could I inspect the trinkets lying on those counters?
They are small pieces of art depicting mostly like nude women in different states of relaxation, undressing, washing, and a few like men also mostly nude or half nude, like athletes and hunters and such, and a few animal figurines as well.
I look at the group and say, I think this master is some kind of pervert. So just keep your clothes on, please.
And Zerx he'll bundle up his robe and pull his belt another notch tighter.
Reniko, like, since her clothes are kind of like cut up, she kind of like covers her now. Well, I guess like there's like a little cleavage since her clothes are cut, so she kind of like covers her cleavage a bit, and like and she goes like, oh my.
So Zerx is he's always been drawn to bright colors and odd colors, and especially out in the desert where it's mostly golden brown sand. The purple rug, he approaches it. It was purple rug, right?
Yeah, it's like a mixture of like an orange and a purple. It's a weird combination.
And is it like in the center of the room?
No, it's like a long rug that goes from the entrance to the hallway, so crossing the room. Very thick and fine.
Okay.
And yeah, he's gonna walk down it and just be just paying attention to it more than anything else as whatever the party does in here as well.
Nothing happens.
Step on it.
Oh yeah, he's walking on it definitely.
I assume you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And so, is there a place? Is there exits all around in this room?
No, there's just one. It's just one room and a hallway on the other, like on the opposite side of the entrance. So there's the large entrance door that you came into, then that room, and then the opposite side of the entrance, just leading what looks to be a main hall in the keep.
Shall we venture forth, brothers?
I think so.
And sisters.
Okay.
And sister, indeed, of the sand.
You step forward, and you can see in front of you is the room is brightly lit. You can see countless oil lamps all along the walls, and you can see the room itself is richly decorated. There's drapes made of silk. There's thick rugs. There's several beautiful pieces of furniture. There's a massive bed. You have no idea where that came from, but definitely not from anywhere close by. Made of heavy, dark wood. And there is, at the back of the chamber, there is a large chair, kind of like a throne. And on that chair sits a woman, a young, fairly pretty-looking woman who just stares at you as you enter. One hand resting, a little like her chin resting on one hand. She's richly dressed in white, golden robes that are quite revealing, actually, clinging to her body tightly. And she has long black hair with a few golden that falls back onto her shoulders and also onto her chest. On each side of the throne is a single prisoner or slave or whatever, a woman and a man, both sort of youngish, both very good looking, both not dressed in a lot of clothing. The man is quite muscular, the woman is slim and as I said, has barely any clothing. Both of their skin is fairly dark. You can also see 4 warriors standing alongside the back wall. They just have their shields and their spears at the ready. You're standing there completely unmoving. You're not even sure if they're alive. That's how unmoving you're standing. You're staring straight ahead. And you can see, sort of half hidden behind the throne, is another one of these weird figures, these white-robed, tall, gaunt figures, like the one that you killed outside of the keep.
Does my detector sense tingle?
You still have detect magic on, yeah?
I've recasted it as a ritual.
Yeah, so you sense that most of the room is actually not too much. I mean, there's illusion magic on the walls again to like give them an appearance of a proper interior, but you also sense a lot of magic around the throne. Like, so on the woman on the throne itself, and also the two slaves, they're all wrapped in like a large bubble of illusion magic, basically.
Okay. I like whisper to the others. Things might not be as they appear.
The figure that's hiding sort of half behind the throne just leans forward and says, "You, what do you wish? Why do you come to the mistress's keep? What do you wish of us? Who are you, intruders?"
Greetings! We are weary travelers, and we have traveled far and came here to seek out the fabled master. And we would like to meet him. We are quite intrigued of his personality, and we would have a very intriguing offer for him.
Well, I am the mistress's mayordomo. My name is Aziz, and you can speak to me. The mistress is listening. He sort of points with one hand at the lady that's sitting at the throne. But she does not speak with people like you herself. I am her mouth. If you have an offer, then speak it, and then be gone.
I was sent by someone. I was sent by someone very powerful to speak with the master, and I am only seeing the mistress. Was I misinformed? Is there only the mistress and the master is some misconception, or?
Must have been misinformed. Yes.
Okay, so the mistress is here in charge, of course.
Of course.
Of course. Could I insight him? Check his motive.
Bonus?
Hmm?
What's your insight bonus? Like, what do you add in between?
-1.
Okay.
That's why I would like other people about anything else.
You're not sure. He's a weird guy.
I look around and say, well, we are here to help you spread the word, I guess. I look at the exarchs. He has more information of our our quest. Would you like to elaborate?
I have missions. Just, if you have an offer, speak it. If not, then be gone.
I look at Xerxes.
I believe we will be gone after slaying the masters.
What?
I guess
pull
our
my
short-term
swords.
goals did not quite coincide. I'm very sorry.
He steps forward.
I'll draw my swords and attack.
Okay, so you just run in. Okay.
Yeah.
So who do you? Who do you attack?
I'll attack that guy.
Okay, so you just run up to the white robed figure and swing your scimitars.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Where is it now? There we go. Okay. So there's 1, 12. I missed. 16 and 21.
That's 3 hits.
Okay.
And that's reckless attack, I assume.
Hmm?
That's
Yeah.
reckless attack, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Eight. Oh Jesus! For 31 damage.
Jumping, you swipe through him, and you expect him to just be cut apart, and you're sure you would have you must have slaughtered him. But as you, like, strike, blood spurts, and then he's still standing. And he just gives this chuckle. And he's still standing. He doesn't seem hurt at all. And you can see, as you look at his wounds, they close completely.
Lovely.
All right,
remember.
Dirks.
All right. So Zerks.
Oh, actually, sorry, no, not Zerks. Sorry.
No worries.
No. From the darkness of the one corner of the room, you can hear a and then a giant black lion jumps out of the shadow, standing there and just roars at you. Now it's your turn, Zerks.
All right. Zerks will. So how close is that shadowed black lion to him?
About 20 feet from you.
And I think Zerks is going to just close a little bit of the ground to get maybe about 10 feet away from Cyrus and the robed figure. And he's just going to use the produce flame cantrip to just throw a little fireball, which will be a spell attack.
Okay.
And is it just melee attacks that get the advantage with his barbarian?
Yeah, just melee attacks, yeah.
Okay.
Who are you attacking?
The robed man, just throwing a little produce flame ball of fire at him.
Alright.
And so 4. And only a 14.
That is a hit.
Okay. And level 5 now, so it's 2d8.
Okay.
As, so 13 damage as a little ball of fire leaves my hand and
Pops you a
strikes
little.
this.
He strikes him in the chest, and he's like, ah! And stumbles backwards. This seemed to have hurt him quite a lot, actually.
And Zerx will just...
Daros.
Zeros says, well, I'm very sorry that this business enterprise is not going well for you, but I would like to introduce to you the concept of glass meteors. They might hurt, but it's kind of necessary. And I cast Mel's Minute Meteors. And is there any kind of cluster where I can chuck a meteor in?
Well, you can attack the mistress. You would hit both slaves as well if you want to. That's pretty much the only cluster.
I would like first throw one at those 3 and one at the roped guy from behind, so to say. Again.
Okay.
Indirect mortar fire.
All right.
Okay. That would be next check.
Yeah. If you do that, you'll hit both slaves on both a slave on each side of the throne as well. If you do that, though, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're fine with that?
They seem illusory, so.
Okay.
All right. No, I'm just going to chuck 2 at the rope figure.
Okay.
He seems to dislike fire.
So just behind him.
Yeah.
That's dexterity.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fails both of them.
Oh, 46. That doesn't sound like a very nice number. Because it's not a number. 15 fire damage.
Yeah, he's just obliterated by the meteors. They just rip through him and destroy him completely. And he gives this as he falls over.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Could I, as a bonus action, just like check out how the slaves and the mistress are reacting? What they're.
They're not showing much reaction.
Okay.
Reiko.
Finally, my turn. What's up? My turn, finally.
You want?
What I want to do, is that line thing still there, or what?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Okay, I guess I'll go after that.
Okay.
I'm going to pull out my quarterstaff, and I'm just going to basically run and attack it. So roll D.
You jump up to the lion, swing your quarterstaff around your head, and first hit it down on it.
Yeah.
Roll a d20 and add your attack. So a d20 plus 4 or plus 5. Yeah.
Oh, I got a 20.
So your staff comes down, hits the lion on the head, passes right through, hits the floor, and the lion disappears.
Oh, damn it, just when it really fuck. Jeez.
Well, but you critically dispelled the illusion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
A massive dispel.
Okay.
Okay, the 4 warriors now spring into action. Raise their shields up, put their spears on top of their shields, starting to stab you. One of them will go after Reiko. 2 of them will go after Saros, just running. And one last one will go after Zerx.
Okay, well, can Renego, like, jump and, like, dodge it?
Yeah, you can jump backwards, the spear
Okay.
comes away.
And
You're not quick enough, though. It pierces your side. And 2 points of piercing damage.
Zerx doesn't have his swords out, so his AC is only 14. Sorry, Dick. So.
Alright. The one of them attacking Zerx also hits, and also it's only 2 damage.
Alright.
Oh, sorry, that's 3 damage. And 2 of them attacking Zaros.
Hey!
Your armor class is 15, yeah?
A 15, yes, that's...
So the first one misses just barely. Oh no, actually it hits.
Oh.
And the second one misses. So the first one deals 7 points of piercing damage.
Ah.
Roll a concentration check, please.
I use luck.
Alright. That's your second luck.
Yeah.
That is a success.
Yes. I take 7 piercing.
Yes. Cyrus.
Seeing the ineffectiveness of his weapons, Cyrus is going to remember what that sand mage told him. And he's going to drop both of his swords and pull out the daggers.
Okay.
And is that little man still in front of me?
No, he's destroyed.
He's
Yeah,
obliterated.
okay. I'm going to enter a rage and go in and attack the guards, I assume, are like kind of right in front of me then, if they're coming in to attack these guys?
Well, actually, they're behind you. So they ran sort of around you
Okay.
to your allies that are behind you. So you have to turn around to face them.
Oh, okay. So is the mistress in front of me then?
Yeah, she's about 10 feet in front of you.
I'm going to
not
attack
reacting.
her.
Okay? Go for it.
Okay, I'll attack her.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a hit.
27, 22, 20.
Okay. As you run in, you cut through her, and as the first strike hits and the second strike hits, the illusion is dispelled, and you can see a looking young woman chained to the throne that just looks at you as your blades cut through her and end her.
God
Yes.
damn.
No.
And she just slumps forward.
They're
Yikes.
supposed to be heroes, not the villains.
Now, the man that's been cowering left to the throne, the male slave, stands up and looks at you and gives you this wide grin and says, well, 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 that was so unnecessary. But for that, I will give you a present, friend. He reaches out a hand, and you can hear his voice all of a sudden in your head. And he will say to you, you will protect me with your life. And you can feel a wave of strong magic bursting from him and trying to crawl into your head, just devour your will and your brain. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit.
17.
That is a nothing, huh? That is a success, sadly. And you don't have disadvantage on the saving throw because you were cleansed from the influence of the spell in the air.
Nice.
Because that would have given you
Yeah,
disadvantage on all wisdom saving throws. Okay, so
of
you
which I
shake,
have +0.
so you shake the power of the spell off, and the man is just
I yell at him, "No! I will end your life!"
Don't you know who I am?
The
You
mistress?
come? Okay, Zerx.
All right, so Xerx has just been engaged by a spear and shield wielding man,
Yes.
or being, to his view, and
They are men. They are men. They just seem sort of weird, like their gazes are sort of distant, like if they've been drugged or are controlled by magic or something like that.
all right, so he'll waste no time. He's going to draw his scimitars and spin them around him in a cinematic sort of way and deliver 2 attacks to the man in front of him. And
All right.
so there's the first one, and the second one.
Whoa! Wow! You managed to bash past his shield twice.
Awesome. And so yeah, he's going to try and make a swath of an X between. All right. So, oh geez, that was wrong. And the second one will not have the modifier.
Yep.
So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 12 slashing damage, slink, slink, as the scimitars slide through the air.
Cut deep into his chest, past his shield. A lot of blood starts coming out. He stumbles for a moment, and nearly falls, but rights himself back up. And you can see his face does not show any pain, any fear, any emotion at all. It's just this empty mask. But you can see you hurt him a lot. He's actually close to dropping. Zaros, you are now in between 2 guys that are sort of bashing with their shields and trying to stab you with their spears.
And he like looks on both of them, like says, "That was not very nice." And he opens the bag of holding, and like this pristine white sand covers his whole body, and only the glowing golden eyes remain. And then he suddenly bursts into 4 different shapes, which are all like moving around. Some are just taunting them, and others are just like dodging, so to say.
Right.
And I cast mirror image.
Excellent.
And I use my bonus action to fling
That
meteor.
might be concentration as well, though.
Yeah, no, that's not. I checked it.
It is not actually. No, you're right. It's not concentration. That's
Yes. So shoo, another thing goes on the back of the of this wannabe master.
Cool. Okay. You swing it past the warriors that attack you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dexterity saving throw, you say?
Yeah, at the back, so he would be.
That is a
touching
14.
it. A 14 is a fail, so he will take the damage into his back. Yeah, 8 fire damage.
Okay. Okay, so as the magic streaks past Cyrus and hits the guy in the back, you can see his body, that was also an illusion, crumbles, and now you sense this massive thing with an upper body of a muscular man, extremely beautiful looking face with 2 large feline yellow eyes with slits, and the lower body of a massive muscular lion with 4 massive paws with claws at the bottom, and still two human hands. and one of the hands is wielding a scimitar that's heavily encrusted with jewels and gold.
Labia, labia, labia.
The creature just like looks over at Saros.
At the Sarasay.
You get on my nerves, little wizard.
Correction, sorcerer. Or mage, but not wizard, okay?
Correction. Soon, dead body. Okay, Reiko.
Yeah. So what's going on?
There's one warrior that just attacked you and stabbed you in the side. Didn't do much.
Okay. Okay, and what does he have? Like his weapons?
A spear and a shield. So shield in right in front of him, the spear sort of from behind, trying to stab you.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to. I'm going to activate patient defense.
You can do that as a bonus action. You can still attack him and then do that.
Oh, okay, then I do that then.
You can attack him
Okay,
once.
but I'm gonna go after him.
Patient defense, which will give him disadvantage on all his attacks.
Okay, I'll do
So
that
just
then.
attack first.
Yes, with my quarterstaff.
Yep, a quarterstaff that was against a lion.
I got a 5.
Yeah, he blocks you with his shield. Then you activate patient
Not
defense.
funny. Okay.
Alright? The warriors.
Alright.
The warrior tries to bash through your patient defense, stabbing you with a spear. With disadvantage, misses. You duck under his attack and you bash the spearhead to the side with an arm. 2 warriors go in against Zaros. One of them hits.
Oh, yeah, wait. I have to roll first. Because it's...
No, first I need to hit. You have an armor class of 10 with your mirror images. So I need to
10 plus dexterity, so 12.
Oh, 12. Okay, sorry, I thought it was just 10. So both hit. The second one has a natural 20, actually.
So I roll now for these attacks to see if
so
they hit me or...
plus, I believe, the first one or something like that, yeah?
So, yeah, it hits one and shatters it.
Yeah, that's a mirror image. Gone. Second one hits you.
I use my last luck point to reroll.
Can you reroll that with luck?
I don't know. I think if I roll a die and it... I have
Yeah, I
to
think
check.
you can reroll pretty much anything, can't you?
I will check.
I think it says just like skill checks and saving throws and attacks, something like that.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'll
I
just
can
throw out
just
there
check
as
it
well
in 1 second.
that Zerx is back up to 15 armor class with both blades out for when he comes up next round.
Yeah.
You have 3 levels. Whenever you blah blah abilities, or you can choose to spend one of your luck points after you roll the die before the outcome is you choose.
Yeah, well, what does the start say? Whenever you do what?
Attack roll, ability check, saving throw. So no,
Yeah.
I don't
So
know
you
what.
can't- You can't
Okay.
use.
Sad face. But I can use that against the natural 20. I can use it. You can also spend 1 luck point when an attack roll is made against you. Roll a d20 and then choose whether the attack uses the attacker's roll or yours.
I think you have to say that before I roll.
No, after. It's after.
Does it say whenever someone attacks you or whenever someone hits you?
You can expend 1 luck point when an attack roll is made against you. So
Yeah.
it doesn't say if he hits or misses, but it's like
Okay,
a rolling.
sure, if you want, I'll so roll a d20.
Yeah.
You use your last luck.
It hits
Well, that-
anyway.
Not a natural thing.
Yeah, that's good.
But you still take 8 points of poison damage.
8.
Yes.
Aye. And another Constitution saving throw, where I don't have any more luck. Ooh.
Nope, your luck has run out. That is a success.
Yes. Okay.
But actually just one of your illusions is gone. The second one was you.
Yeah.
There's still 3 with you.
Yeah, you see like this lance actually hit me and shatter a bit of the like coalescing sand off me, but it just closes again, and you see 3 identical schemes jumping around and taunting them.
Okay. Attack the warrior against Zerx goes in for your face with his spear, but you duck under it and the spear goes wide. Cyrus.
All right. Now I can attack the big bad boss.
You can. Now you have found him, finally.
So,
Killing this innocent woman.
yeah. So I'm upset because he should not have made me kill her.
What are you attacking with, my man?
The daggers.
Okay.
Still got the daggers in my hand.
Okay. The thing you rolled the D8 for damage. You should have rolled D4.
Yeah, it's a D4. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So well,
I'm assuming all 3 hit since they're all over 20.
No, actually, only the 3rd one hits. No, everyone hits.
And we're out. See you later, guys. So 3d4 plus 7, 14, and then 3, 17.
What, 3 plus 17? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
He,
that's 20.
But he screams out, "Ah! You are all beneath me. I am Kashinder. These lands are mine. You should bow to me." And as he sees that you are immune, or seem to be immune against his magic, you will instead fall back to more mundane needs. And he will jump past you, so you can make an attack of opportunity against him.
Okay.
And he will run at Sarah.
Oh, come on!
15?
Damn it. Everyone hits me.
That is a hit, yes. 15 is a hit.
Okay.
Well, that
I'm just so attractive that everyone come to me with my
Yep.
80 charisma.
seems to be like that.
11 damage.
That hurts. What? Plus 7? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, plus 2.
Rage plus rage and rage,
Plus one.
strength, and then the plus 1 from the dagger.
How do you have 18 strength?
19 strength
Did
actually.
you take a feat? Did you take a feat? at all?
Ability and
Yeah.
score improvement, I think.
But
Oh,
the
yeah,
magic
at
item I
level
took
5.
was gauntlets of ogre
No,
strength.
not level 5. Level 4.
Oh! Okay.
Yeah.
11 points of damage. Okay. Yeah. He just give a quick snarl as you run past him and you stab him deep into his side with the dagger. He runs up to Zeros and will swing his scimitar down and then do a swipe attack with his lion paws.
My offer still stands. Come on.
The scimitar attack is a hit and the lion paws are also a hit. So you roll twice.
God.
Yeah.
Schnoof, schnoof. Yeah. Roll d20.
Yep.
Yes, another one bites the dust off my things, and I have to check the last one. Yeah, so
Yeah. He destroys both images.
he's like, didn't they teach you to not break the toys of other people? I mean, that's kindergarten lore. Just kidding.
That's his turn. Zerx.
So Zerx, he's got this man with a spear and shield in front of him and blood running down the front of his armor or torso.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's just going to swing his blades again from side to side and then try and deliver them to the exact same spot.
Okay. Oh, damn it. What the hell? We're really good in close combat.
And
Both hits.
oh shit, sorry, it's actually +5, but I'd probably hit with both anyways.
Yeah.
So slash.
Yeah, he's dead. Don't even bother. He has 2 hit
Alright.
points. Yeah, you just cut into his head from both sides, and he
Oh.
falls to the ground.
Wunderbar.
Indeed. Zeros, you're now surrounded by 3 opponents. One of them a rather large-looking, angry creature.
I know you think you're superior, but your mother should have taught you better manners. And I clap again, and another 3 of my fellows pop up. And I use my last 3rd level spell slot. No, 2nd level.
2nd level, yeah.
And I say, well, your counselor did like the concept of meteors, so let me give you another one. And I cast one at her and one of the adjacent guards, so that 2 are hit, but not me. Next.
The guard succeeds, the creature fails. The Lamia fails.
Okay, the Lamia has to eat it all. 6 flaming damage against the Lamia and 3 against the...
3 against the warrior, alright.
Yep. You see, like, the other illusions are just making, like, some very seductive dances towards the Lamia, mocking her, basically.
Him, but yeah, it's a guy. Male Lamia. That was Zeros. Reiko.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'm still facing the guy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Save. Can I use my slip of wind
To do what?
to be more I guess quicken my attacks?
You can use your blows to do that.
Oh, okay. Okay, then. Well, no, because he has a shield, so there's not really point in me doing that.
Yeah.
You can still hit him.
Yeah. Which just means that it's harder to hit, but it's not impossible to hit.
Yeah.
So you can do your quarterstaff and two unarmed attacks if you want to.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. So quarterstaff attack first. So just
Okay,
roll
let me get my D4.
you need your D20 first.
What?
First, you need to hit first, and then you can do damage.
Okay. Alright, roll the D20.
Yeah, roll a D20.
Okay, 17.
That's a hit. So quarterstaff hits. Roll another D20 for your first unarmed attack.
Okay. 9.
Do you add the +4 that you have, or are you just telling me what roll?
I'm telling you that I rolled a 17, and the attack is 9.
Okay, so the 9 is a 13 that misses. Your second one attack.
Okay, and I need to roll the D4, right?
No, another D20. So you have 2 unarmed attacks, and that is quarterstaff.
Okay.
One unarmed attack is still misses.
Okay.
Just roll one more D20.
Okay. What is that? Wait, is that up? 20.
Alright, so the second one is a critical hit. So you roll damage for the quarterstaff, which is a D8, and then you roll 2 D4s for the unarmed attack.
Okay. So 2 rolls on D4, right?
Yes, 2 D4s and 1 D8.
Okay. 1, 5, and look at my D8. Okay. And 3 on my
so
D8.
That's 12 points of damage in total. He just barely survives. You hit it twice. Both hits are decent. He shakes his head for a bit. Blood runs down his face where you cut open like the side of his head with your quarterstaff. But he's still standing. Just barely though.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not sucking.
The next hit will probably kill him. Now, the warriors.
So decide that I'm not worth it?
The warriors named Zerk are gone. the warrior fighting Zerx is dead. So the warrior fighting Rico will attack back. Will roll a 15. That's a hit. So he stabs you with the spear, Rico. You take 4 points of piercing damage. The two other warriors attack Zeros. That is a 21 and a 20. So not natural though. So two hits from the warriors as they just keep stabbing, trying to find the right one.
Can I use my action to actually take one of the attacks?
I don't believe so. No.
Because.
Yeah, sure. But if you want, sure, I'll give you that. Yeah, if you want.
I'll take one of the attacks, the one that seems less threatening, and for the other one I try to evade it.
Okay, that's 4 points of damage.
Yeah, 4 points of damage I take, and the other one is dispersed.
Okay, so 2 left. 2 illusions left.
Yes.
And concentration check, please.
1 second, -4, so I'm down to... That's not good, that's not good. 17. Yeah, concentration is on the way, con.
That's
24?
Wow, yeah, that's an easy success.
Yes.
Cyrus.
Well,
Cyrus? Hello?
Not Zerx, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
Barbarian.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was Saros.
No
Oh,
worries.
Cyrus.
Sarah, Cyrus, sucks.
You need to coordinate your names, guys.
Yeah, I know. Well, they look so different. I didn't even think about it until somebody mentioned it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so the lion is attacking Saros.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go run up and jump on him and stab both daggers right into his back.
All right.
Okay. So 18,
One of those ranks.
26.
Yeah, that's 3 hits.
Yeah, recklessness just wrecks people.
Yeah.
Doesn't he already get advantage through flanking?
No.
I don't think we're using that.
No, we don't use them. They're too complicated.
No problem. Wreck him.
And okay, for 23 damage.
Yeah, he's not looking that good anymore. Blood is running from a lot of wounds, dagger stab wounds. He's trying to shake them off, but he's getting weaker. You can feel it.
The 50% on ass-kicking discount is running out.
Now, the Lamia, Kashinder, will now actually turn around towards Cyrus. And will unleash 2 attacks against Cyrus. That's they both hit. The claw attack is 17 points of slashing damage.
Damn.
And the 2-handed scimitar he wields is 12 points of slashing damage.
Everything is half because of rage.
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah.
Oh, actually, is that just also for magical attacks, or is it just non-magic?
Just physical, just the bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing
Yeah, but
damage.
his scimitar is but his scimitar is magical, so it deals magical slashing damage. Does that mean you still half it, or no?
No, yeah, I do. It's not like, unless it's magical. It's not the monster version of resistance.
Okay.
It's
So it's
just
full
if it's
slashing.
still doing slashing damage, I take
does.
half.
It does. All right. Okay.
Otherwise,
yeah, so
otherwise, rage resistance kind of stops working around level 7 or 8.
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Zerx.
So Zerx, now unengaged, is Raikou still engaged with a wounded?
Yeah,
man?
Raikou is still engaged with 1 wounded, one quite heavily
All right.
wounded warrior.
So
So
now that he's not engaged, he's going to sheath his swords. He's going to produce another ball of fire and throw it at that injured man in front of Reiko. And here's that roll. 17 to hit.
That's a hit.
Nice.
Oh man, I was gonna do like a badass thing, but okay, that's cool.
Tries
Well, you
to
can still do a badass thing to someone who's got full hit points.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So 7 fire damage slung out at this guy.
Yeah, it takes him out. That takes him out. He tries to raise his shield to block, but he's not fast enough. The fire takes him in the face, and you can just see his skin melting off, and the bit of skull underneath, and he falls onto the back.
And Xerx just blows the smoke off his hand, and that finishes his turn.
All right. Saros, you now very happily see the back of the Lamia.
Well, as a bonus action, I'm going to give her a very warm sensation from the back with my meteor, and I'm going to try to hit the adjacent guard as well.
That sort of works, I guess.
So please, dexterity saving throws.
Yes. The guard succeeds again, and the Lamia also succeeds. They both succeed.
So just 1d6 damage. Anyway, 2 flame damage.
All right.
And I look at the person who is like trying to stab me, and I just say like, all this stabbing makes me really thirsty, and I'm just going to use the main action to drink a health potion.
Okay.
2d4 plus 2.
Yep.
10. Nice.
Reiko. So the guy in front of you just got his face melted off, or burned off, I should say. So you don't have any opponent right.
Okay, who's in the room right now?
So the enemies are 2 warriors left, and that giant half lion, half human thing. They're all sort of fighting against Cyrus and Zeros. Cyrus is like on one side, Zeros is on the other side, and the enemies in between them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I'll help, Cyrus. Okay, I'm going to put back my quarterstaff and pull out my sword, and I'm going to like just basically like rush over there. Is there like a table or anything like that around the room, or no?
There is several. There's like a large bed you can jump on if you want to.
Then I jump on the bed and I jump in the air. I do a flip, and then I swing my sword downward as hard as I could on the guard.
All right. So are you attacking the guard that's still already injured, or the non-injured one? There's one guard injured, one not-injured.
The non-injured.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
roll.
give you advantage for the attack.
Okay, cool.
The higher one.
17.
That is a hit. He turns around as you come flying, raises his shield, but you actually duck under his shield and swipe across his chest, or the stomach, actually.
Awesome.
Roll damage. So that's 1d. What sword do you have? Like, what kind of sword do you have?
It's a dual sword. It's like a Chinese sword, basically.
Yeah, but is it like a long sword?
Oh, it's...
Or is it more of a short sword?
I believe it's a short sword. Hold on a second. I'm gonna...
And monks don't have proficiency in long swords.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it's a short sword.
It's got to be a simple weapon.
Yeah, so 1d6 plus 2.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool.
Yep, so roll 1d6 plus 2, please.
Okay. Wait a second. Wait a second. What do I roll again? I'm sorry.
1d6. 1d6 and add 2.
Oh, okay. Let me get a 1d6.
Yep, just a regular die.
Okay. I'm still new to like the whole dice set, so I'm like trying to go through it right now.
That's alright. There's a lot of stuff you have to think of at the same time. That's alright.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is it the one that has a 1, 2, 3, and it's like a triangle? Is that it?
It's a square.
So it has 6 sides.
Cube.
1d6 is just a normal die. It's like the die that everyone uses. Kind of game.
It's the Monopoly dice.
Okay. Is it okay? Is it? Wait. It's D6, right?
Yeah. D6.
Okay. I found it. Okay. Sorry about that.
one like that. If you can see that, it's just like a normal, regular.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see it. I get you. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. You gotta be kidding! It's a fucking 0.
What?
No, that was a D. You rolled a D10, I think. That's
No.
this should be the only one with a
There's
0.
no 0 on the D6. One,
Sorry
two,
about this,
four, five.
I can roll for you in D20 if you want.
Yeah, go ahead, because I'm still going through my dice trying to figure out which one to get. I'm sorry, guys.
+2. You deal 6 damage.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
Okay, so you jump under the guy's shield, strike across his stomach, and he doesn't give extreme pain, but it was definitely a painful wound.
Okay.
And that was the last uninjured enemy. Okay. Now the two warriors. One of them will turn to strike at Reiko. Now that she attacked him, and the other one will keep stabbing Zeros. The guy keeps stabbing Zeros, rolls a 21. So that's a hit. So roll me resistance thing for your.
I still have 2 of my dudes running
It's
around.
2 left. So 10. It's like 8 plus. I think.
It hits me.
Okay, and that is 5 points piercing damage.
Did he roll more than a 15? Yeah, he rolled a 21. Yeah, sorry.
They have a +5 on the attack, so they do.
So how much damage again?
5.
5. So I'm down to 22, and I have to do a con saving throw for the last meteor. Yeah.
Again, yeah. And the other one stabs at Reiko, uses the moment where after her attack that her defense is open, pierces her leg and deals 7 points of piercing damage.
Wait. So does that mean Vertigo, is she like down? Is she like a bleeding or something like that, or did like just like kind of just poke her? Or what?
How much health do you have left? If you're in health. Like how much health do you have right now?
Or now I have like 8.
Okay, so you have 1 left. If you have 7, if you take 7 damage, you get 8. So you're not quite unconscious on the ground yet, but you're very badly hurt. You're bleeding from a lot of wounds. You can still fight, but you're hurt. You're hurt a lot.
Well, can I I guess like just like retreat and then like somebody heal me, then I can just come back. I don't have any health potions. I don't. So.
Just stay there. I'm going to get to you.
Okay.
If you try to run away, they are going to have opportunity attacks, and that's not good.
Okay. Okay, then I'll just stay there.
But we are up at the top of initiative. Cyrus.
All right, Cyrus is gonna attack. Stabby.
Lamia.
Yep.
All right.
Is that what it's called? A lamia?
Yes,
Yeah.
the Lamia. It's like a centaur, only not a horse. Instead, it's a lion. So
It's kind of an evil sphinx.
Groovy.
so to say.
Oh, I had this thing like totally back. I figured it was like body man head lion. Okay, I had it backwards in my head.
Metagaming, I was like, Rakasha! No.
It has like a centaur has like a horse's like horse hooves and a horse body. Imagine the same thing, only the top body is like a muscular guy, and the bottom body is like 4 lion legs and like a lion body with like.
Yeah, real groovy. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right. Okay, so I'll make my attack. Fuck, I love reckless attacks.
Impossible to miss. Seriously, what the fuck?
And then 23 more damage.
Okay. Yeah, the Lamia is looking badly hurt. It's like limping on one leg and stumbling around. Blood.
Yeah.
You can see fear in the face now as you stab it 3 times with the daggers. No, my father. They cannot defeat me, father. It will. What will it will. It will concentrate, and all of a sudden there's 4 Lamias there.
Oh, wait! Stop stealing my spells!
Yep. You have 4 Lamias that are sort of shifting and moving around into each other. And that's its turn. It can't do anything else. And you can see all four Lamias look scared and looking around and breathing heavily, bleeding from a lot of wounds.
Okay.
Zerx.
Zerx.
Zerx, one question. Could you perhaps kill one of the spear wielders so I can move to our fallen monk?
Oh, did she drop?
No, but she's at 1 HP, so...
I'm gonna die!
Well, Zerx is unengaged, and yeah, he was going to go to her anyways, but
Okay.
so that's that's what he's going to do. He's going to just roll around and get right behind her, not engage what is facing her, and he's only going to be able to throw a level 1 Cure Wounds on her, but as he drags his hand across her back, little wisps of sand will glow and sort of knit her wounds together. And I'll roll that up.
Okay. 1d8 plus 2 or something, plus 3? I don't know.
Yeah, so only 3 points, but
No,
at least
that was... But still, you're up to 4 health. Reiko is up to 4 health. That's
and
better
then
than...
just with his free action, he'll draw his swords just so he pops his AC back up.
Okay, Zeros.
Zeros says, well, I see the disciple learns from the master. The problem is with your nice little spell, it doesn't deal well with splash. And I throw the last meteor at her.
Let me see.
You can't evade it. It's AoE.
Do I need to make a dex save?
No, I'm positioning it so that you're not attacked by that.
So I'd say you can hit 2 of them at the same time with that attack. It doesn't really say what it does against spells, I guess, but...
It will, like, I don't think that it attacks the illusion, it attacks the thing itself.
Well, basically, because you don't know where it is, you choose the spot, so it deals something against the spell, because you don't know where the Lamia is. So you might choose
But are they further away from each other? Like, how far away are they from each other? Like, they're pretty bunched up, so that should be...
But you can't... I'd say you can hit 2 of them with the spell, so I'll roll twice to see what happens.
Sure.
First one is an illusion, second one is also... You destroy 2 of the illusions, they just go up in flames, so to speak. It just...
And then you see another, like, you see 3 of these blinding darts forming in his hand, and he says, well, do you fancy a game of roulette? And shoots them at the person.
Okay.
So actually, these will actually hit the actual person because I didn't roll for to hit.
Automatically, yes.
Yep. So roll 3d4 plus 3.
All right.
9.
Okay. Yeah, you hit one, it stumbles backwards, the other one stumbles with it, and the illusion shifts. But now they're both stumbling and just barely keeping their feet up. Okay, Reiko, your turn.
Yeah. All right. So I have 4 HP left, right?
4 HP.
Okay. Okay. All right. What's in front of me right now? Like the
Warrior.
guy that hit?
There's still a warrior in front of you, yeah. He's still looking alright. You injured him, but not as heavily that he would be like close to death.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna put away my sword, and then I'm going to use that ninja symbol, but with like two of those symbols, and then like take it like a deep breath, and then like activate my fury, my blow of fury. Yeah, that. I'm gonna activate that, and then I'm gonna like just basically charge at him.
Well, sorry, what did you say? Did you say flurry of blows?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just trying to kill the guy before he kills you, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm just basically like I'm basically like in like survival mode. I'm trying to just get after him.
Okay, so you take your d20 and roll it 3 times.
Okay.
add your attack modifier.
Yeah. So
Okay. 16.
that's a hit. Second one.
Right. 5.
That's a miss. So you add +3, so that's 8. Sorry, +4, that's 9, so that's still a miss, yeah? And second and third one?
One more. I need a d20. Come on, give me d20. Come on. What is it? What is it? Oh, it's a freaking 7.
No, that's so just one hit, just the first one with the sword.
Right.
So you roll 1d6 and add 2.
Okay, so let me get a d6. Okay, d6. Okay. How many rolls on the d6?
Sorry. What was it? What was that?
No. I'm asking how many rolls on d6.
1d6 plus 2.
Oh, just one. 1d6, yeah. Just roll 1d6.
Okay. Got it. It's gonna be 6.
Okay, so 8 points of damage, which is actually enough to finish the battle. So,
Oh my God.
yeah, you strike twice with your fists, he blocks both of your shield, but then you duck under it, jump in front of him, and pierce like his chin with your sword. Whip it out, and he falls to your feet with a
Alright, cool.
Excellent.
So just one warrior standing, and that last warrior will keep attacking Zaros.
Okay.
Keep it coming.
Vertigo, she like stumbles back and just basically like falls on her butt and just like, oh
Actually,
dear God, please let it end.
You fall back. When you back up, you bump into Zerks, and he just shoves you back with his gut.
No.
Okay. So the last warrior rolls a 24 against Zaros.
I have still one of the things jumping around. The last one.
Oh yeah, you do, yeah, because one of the attacks hit you, yeah, last turn.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes. Come on, catch the bullet for me.
No.
No.
And that is 8 points of piercing damage again. This guy is really deadly. Like, he's the king of the fighters, obviously.
God damn it! But I'm still living. I'm still alive. I will
Yeah,
survive everywhere.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, Cyrus. There's 2 Lamias in front of you, both bleeding heavily. Which one do you attack?
Both of them.
Can I just do like one to each? Like one attack to one attack to another?
Technically, they're like constantly moving, so you have to sort of keep striking, and you might hit the same one 2 or 3 times because they're sort of shifting into each other at all the time.
Okay.
So just roll regular attacks. I'm just messing. You don't really have to choose which one you attack.
Yeah. Okay. No, it was the one on the left. Damn it.
Well, he could have like followed the spikes of my magic missile, which hit the right person.
Because they're constantly moving, you can't really.
Yeah, I know.
So that's 3 attacks and 3 hits as usual. So let's see. The first one will be the thing, like the mirror image. So you destroy the first mirror image by just stabbing in the chest. It dissipates. Okay. And the other 2 attacks pierce the Lamia's hide. And she, no! As you stab it and roll damage.
I feel the end coming. This is the end.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
Oh yeah.
Well, we're gonna jump up on it, and we're gonna like hit the one hits, and it just kind of shatters into a million pieces of magical dust, and then the other dagger comes in, one on its shoulder, and then one up underneath its rib cage.
Okay. It just as you seek and find the heart somewhere deep within its human torso, and it's like, no, I cannot. Falls and just slumps to the side. Its legs twitching 2-3 times and then stopping. its giant eyes just opening wide. You can see the yellowish glow, and then one of them closes, the other one closes, and remains open a little bit, but all life flees from it.
Yes. Whoop whoop.
Okay, that was the Lanya. So, Zerx, you have one last opponent.
And it's one of the warriors engaging Saros.
Yeah, it's like a real motherfucker.
Yeah, he was stabbed for like the last 6 rounds.
I'm going to get my positioning and check everybody. I got my full movement. I'm going to line it up, hopefully, if it's possible. I'm going to blast this sucker with Wind Wall. I got one charge of level 3 that I was saving. I was hoping to get all the Lamiers, but...
There's too many guys around. You'd hit either Cyrus or Saros. Like, you'd hit one of them.
Alright. Then he's just going to draw his swords and slink them in the air, and then throw himself at the back of this guy.
Okay.
Can Reniko like take out her quarterstaff and just like run to like the last guy and like help?
Yeah, you can do that as soon as it's your turn.
So one hit.
One hit. The
and
other
one critical fail.
The other one, he just disarms your other scimitar. He just hits your with the shaft of his spear. You just hit your arm and your scimitar falls to the ground. 4 damage. Okay. Still standing. Saros.
One question. What does healing potion, feeding someone a healing potion, constitute to? Is it a bonus action or an action?
Action.
Okay, Saros just looks at the spear wielder and sees that our monk is actually really badly injured, and he just turns around and moves to the monk.
Okay, attack of opportunity. That's gonna be a critical hit. I can feel.
You see, like the archer like diving in. My last bodyguard, come on, you can do this.
It is a hit though, so it's a 15, so that's a hit.
So I'm going to roll for my shadow bodyguard, who has been very bad.
Yep,
Yes.
like, finally, yes. And with that, the last of the many layers of illusions in this room dissipate.
And I run to the monk and just try to support her and give her one of my healing potions.
All right.
Yeah.
2d4 plus 4. Just roll. You just roll for your healing potion, Saros.
Okay, I'm going to do it. There's 2d4 plus 4 or 2d4 plus 2?
Oh, sorry, 2d4 plus 2. I don't know why I always say 2d4 plus 4.
I would accept the 2d4 plus 4.
No, it's
8.
Okay, so Reiko, you regenerate a further 8 hit points as Saros reaches forward and puts a healing potion into your mouth.
He says, it's going to be over very soon. Don't worry, my child.
Okay. And speaking of over very soon, Reiko, there's just one last warrior standing, and he's pretty heavily injured.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna do something. Like, how is he? Like, is he? Like, what's going on with him?
Sorry, what was that?
Like, where's he injured at exactly?
He has a. What was that? He has a cut across the shoulder, and he has multiple small wounds from shrapnel of the magic that hit him a couple of times. Mostly all over his back, basically.
Ooh, okay, okay, and he has a spear and shield, right? Does he? Right? Spear and shield.
Yep.
Yes, spear and shield.
Okay.
You have to dash at him, knock him over, jump against his shield, and then just stab him on the floor.
Nah, I got a better idea. Okay, Renego, she pulls out her quarterstaff, running towards him, throws the quarterstaff on on his legs, and then basically runs to him, grabbing his head, and just how do you do it? That move that wrestlers do when they grab an arm and they throw him and toss on the ground. I forget what that's called. I don't know what that is.
No idea.
Anyway,
The pedigree.
Okay, so just give me a d20 roll for the attack with the staff. So you
Okay.
swing the staff, and just throw it at his legs to force him to the ground.
Right. Okay. It's what is it? It's a 4. Damn it.
He sees the staff coming and just leaps over it, and the staff just shrieks under him and rattles across the ground. He lands again, facing you with his shield.
Okay. Can I do unarmed strike?
Yeah, you can do one unarmed strike. Yeah, as you reach him.
All right. Let me get my D4.
No,
D20.
D20 first.
Okay.
If you hit, then you roll the damage. And the damage.
First you attack to see if you succeeded, then you see how much damage you do.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Are you fucking? Oh my god! I got a fucking 1. Shit.
Normally, if you roll a 1 like with your quarterstaff attack, you like drop your quarterstaff or something. Can you just like have a hand fall off?
No.
Punch it, and he just holds up his shield and she punches the shield, and you're like, oh, and stumble backwards, like shaking your hand as you can feel like a minor concussion in your hand forming. Okay, now the warrior will for all time's sake. Well, actually, no, he can't reach Saros. Saros has moved away, so he can't do that.
He's engaged with
Deal with it.
Well, quick. Shouldn't like someone like grab my quarterstaff? They can use that as a weapon.
Well, he will stab you, Reiko. You're the only one in range. He will step up, try to finish you off before he dies. Well, that is a miss. You jump to the side, pierces air. Nothing there for him to hit. Cyrus.
Okay, but I'm saying since I don't have my quarterstaff, like someone like whoever's facing that last guard can just pick it up and use it as a weapon.
We all have weapons.
Yeah, but they all have.
Could I kill him because he was really mean to me?
Cyrus.
Like just dodge around him and then.
What do you want to do?
Cyrus is gonna go running in, and I'm gonna drop my daggers and grab this guy and pick him up and slam him into the wall.
All right.
Suplex.
Give me a athletics check.
Okay.
No. Yeah, the guy's pretty bad, so you probably succeed. Yeah, you grab him, you smash him against the wall, roll unarmed strike damage.
It'd just be 1 plus
Strong.
6, so 7.
7 points with unarmed strike. Yeah, you just take him and
Gotta
you
love
bash
your
his
rage.
head against the wall, and that front of his face just caves in as you bash him against the wall. And yeah, you just drop him, and like a sack of potatoes, you just.
Kaboom.
All right, and that's combat over. As silence takes the old keep again, the darkness in its heart disperse.
I hurry over to the
Each other.
lookout. Anyway.
Okay.
Put my daggers away, pick up my swords, put them back.
And would there be, like, so there's the slain woman in the throne, chained? Were there other glamours that have been dispersed? So do we see other slaves possibly, or anything like that?
We see one female slave that's still sort of cowering next to the throne. It's sort of shaking, and you can also see now all the walls of this room are actually pretty dirty, dusty, and there's like pieces missing. There's cracks all over the place. It looks like shit, basically. The weird contrast between the really fine like piece of artwork and piece of furniture and those daggy ancient walls is very strong.
And this person who got attacked by Cyrus a couple of times, is she like in any way savable or already over
Unless
the
you have
threshold?
like
No,
a
I
rate
did like
or something like that. No.
I did like 22 points of damage
Yeah,
to her.
she had like 80 points, so
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it's worth a try. I would like to
Please.
try
Sorry about that.
use prestidigitation or any kind of my magic to open the chains for the last surviving slave.
Yeah, she doesn't actually have. There's no chains. That was
Oh,
just
okay.
just the like the one on the throne was chained to the throne, but the other one's not chained. She just like as you walk up to her, she just stumbles backward, looking at Cyrus with wide eyes.
Like, don't worry, my child. I am not going to hurt you. Please, here, take this as a gift of amnesty, of friendship and non-offensive. I will lend you my coat to cover yourself. Okay?
She sort of still shaking, takes the coat and puts it on. And
I'll just try to like comfort her. To
as you do so, you can hear all of a sudden the noise of strong wind.
okay.
And you're like looking around, and then with a howling gale, sand comes swirling in through the entrance of the fortress, and a wall of sand comes pouring in, hits the ground, and forms like a little tornado in the middle of the room. A lot of
I try to
furniture-
cover the slave.
And then, as quickly as it came, it stops.
And Zergs drops to his knees.
And you can see where the tornado was, stands Lasrahiri, the old priest of the wind you met not that long ago. And he looks around and he says, "Well done. You destroyed it. The darkness that laid claim to this oasis. You destroyed the child of Vashan that was hiding here.
Wait. You did nothing with this. You could have helped us, couldn't you?
My hands are bound.
Oh, okay. I would ask you a favor. You seem like a very powerful mage and everything. We have a little like thing that besmirches the honor of Cyrus, and I would like to rectify that. Could you, in any way, revive a fallen soul?
Revive.
Yes.
Do you not know of the desert? Is there anything in the desert winds, in the sweeping dunes, that speaks to you of healing and the second
Indeed.
chance?
Cyrus, in fact, liberated her.
And then Zergs drops his head even lower.
Sometimes people die. I am not concerned with her fate. She will be judged in the afterlife by the great spirits, in one way or the other. Balance is restored to this place as the darkness was destroyed.
Renigo, she looks over at him, putting away her quarterstaff and just like kind of just lunging, like just she's tired, you know, she's been fighting pretty much all day, and just like takes a deep breath. So, mage, is it over? Did we finally defeat the darkness? Did we?
It's never over, child, but this fight is done. The war against the darkness has only just begun.
She just like sits down and just begins to meditate, to just basically just meditate, just trying to gather her key and also listen to the mage's words into her thought, basically just thinking that he's right. Darkness is never over.
You
It
have
can never be vanished.
You have earned the blessing of the spirits of the wind and the spirits of the earth, but you might have also made an enemy tonight. Be wary, and be wary. The fight is never over, and there might be darkness hiding even within you.
And Zerx returns to his feet, and he says,
I will be vigilant in my travels through the desert as the sun and moons make their passage overhead.
While this mate is speaking, I just get out my musical instrument and start playing a soothing tune to just, may help her recuperate, the slave and everyone.
Your work here is done. May you always find shadow and water. He just gives you a small bow on his head, and then he turns into a tornado and is swept away by the wind and is gone. And that's where we'll end tonight's adventure.
Nice.
Well done.
That was,
You survived.
that was fucking awesome. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Bravo.
You all did really well. I enjoyed this. And as always, thanks everyone that's watching this, maybe on YouTube or so. I hope you also had fun.
Yeah.
This is my first broadcast, so apologies for all the weird mistakes and stuff. We will be better in future. But I still hope you had fun. If anyone managed to watch this whole thing until the end, well done. Congratulations. It is a bit longer than expected.
You're a beautiful person.
What happens. All right. I'll see all you guys eventually. I have other games on Friday and Sunday if anyone wants to join. Feel free to. You can find the games in the Facebook group as usual. And I'll see you guys around. Good night.
Awesome.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
And,
Wish I could, but I work those days.
Sorry? What was that, Richard?
I said I wish I could, but I work both those days.
Yeah, that's alright, doesn't matter. There'll be more games. I'm pretty much running one game every Wednesday from now on, around the same time, a couple weeks.
Cool.
So you can
Very
keep
cool.
that in the back of your head. And I'll be running probably another game like on the weekend, depending on what else is going on in my life, obviously. But that will be sort of my wish. To be running a game on Wednesday and maybe like Friday or Saturday or Sunday, depending on one of these days. Anyway.
Awesome.
Sounds good, man.
And I need to start thinking about going to bed now.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks for playing.
Toodles.
Later.
That was cool.